Let me know if you can hear me, if you don't mind. Just waiting for some people to show up. Give everybody a few minutes to jump on. I hope you're doing well. Full of questions today. Well, I appreciate the kind words. Awesome. So we'll get started in just a minute. I got you down, so you'll be first unless somebody donates, but hey, oh my goodness. We have Ari. Danny is here. I am drunk. Danny's drunk. Hell yeah. Cheers. Cheers to that, Danny. What did you get into? What'd you drink? She's like, I'm drunk. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's not fun. Like, when you're full blown drunk, when you're like shit faced drunk, it's not fun. And you feel terrible the next day. I mean, it's bad. I don't recommend getting completely wasted. Yeah, I don't really drink a whole lot. I drink like, you know, I have a glass of wine every once in a while. Lately I've been having my mushroom chocolate and my wine at the same time. And I'm not going to need the mushroom chocolate anymore because um, I just grew the real thing. So, but for those that are into that kind of thing, I highly recommend this. This brand right here. This brand right here is legit. If you're going to try mushroom chocolate, get this brand cuz it's legit. And I've tried some other brands of mushroom chocolate, and basically I tried one and it made me super sick. I mean, like viciously sick. I mean, I couldn't. It almost put me out for like 2 days, like nauseous sick. So, but this is a good brand, so it's. Yeah. If you like something sweet, then Moscato is good, and then of course there's obviously like the typical girly drinks that you can get. Um, Margaritas, you can get a variety of margaritas, and then there's all kinds of other drinks. But if you really, 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 really want to have a life-changing experience, then what you need, well, you probably can't see. Maybe I can this little black tub back there. Let me see if I can reach over and grab my little creations. I mean, I probably shouldn't be I probably shouldn't be showing you guys this, but so we got here a whole little, these are homegrown. Some homegrown goodies. They came out of that little black tub back there, but yeah. Like it's an experience that until I tried it, I'll just say that how would I describe it? It's not like anything else that you've ever experienced. It's like you experience like what is really real. It's like we live in a simulation. It's like a video game. And mushrooms basically you tap into like what's true. Like you get downloads and information about what is really real. And it's hard to describe because you're taken out of your ego, you're taken out of your mind, and you just feel what is real. It's just truth. You're just receiving pure consciousness, pure truth. And if you're open to that truth, then it's like the most mind-blowing information you'll ever receive. But Tracy, past December, he was my role in my life. I'm sorry to hear that, Tracy. We are Tracy, yes, we are talking. This is a tarot read. I'm just waiting for a few more people to jump on. So we'll get started in just a second here. But oh man, yeah, that's tough. I'm sorry to hear that. What I can tell you though, Tracy, is so when I was 16 years old, I was in a drunk driving. Like I was hit by a drunk driver. I was on my way to church with my girlfriend. Her and her sister were killed, and I was on life support. And ironically, in my own journey, like it's weird, I've attracted a lot of widows into my life. And so it's like, I've been around a lot of people who've lost their loved ones. And just from my own experiences, there is no such thing as death. Like death doesn't exist, right? Like everything is energy. Like who you are is not this body. You are a soul, you're energy, you're a consciousness that inhabits the body. So your loved one is, I don't think that he is your guide. I think our guide is separate than people that we love. But that's not to say that, and there's a whole reason why I believe this, by the way. I'm not just making something up. But I believe that people that do transition completely have the ability to communicate with us. So, you know, I think it just depends on. I think it depends on the nature of the soul contract that you have, which is a whole other topic and conversation. But all this stuff that we go through in life is sort of predetermined in a way. Like, we have free will, but a lot of the things that we go through and experience are part of like a story that we sort of wrote before we incarnated. Of course, we don't remember any of that because that would defeat the purpose of going in, having the experience, which again is a whole other long story, but it's actually something I'm writing about in a book that I'm writing right now. But yes, your questions can definitely be answered, and I've got you written down here. So I'm gonna wait 2 more minutes. It's 10:08, and we'll get started at 10:10. Just giving people a few more minutes to hop on. And this probably won't be a marathon night for me, guys. My plan is to go maybe 2.5 hours tonight. So I'm going to try to be a little bit faster tonight. Yeah, well, there's a really good book. I know it sounds crazy. Like let me go to Amazon really quick, and I'll drop the link for anybody that's interested in this. I know it seems crazy that you would have signed up for any of this stuff, but when you listen to this guy's book, and this guy's like a researcher, he's not just like some dude sitting in his basement making shit up. Like, he actually went out and did some research. And then if you go to another guy, so here's the book. Oh, it's not going to let me put, hold on. Let me get the name of his book, because the Amazon link's way too long. Let me just copy the name of his book. You can find it on Amazon. It's really good. It's on Audible as well. So here's the name of this guy's book. Get that guy's book. You can get the Audible version, so it's super easy to listen to. I highly recommend that. And then also go to this guy's YouTube. I'm having a brain fart. What is his? Hold on. Oh, yeah. This is his name. The name of his YouTube channel. And he has a ton of people on his podcast. He interviews who've gone through near-death experiences. So, like, that's kind of like his thing. So all of these people who've died, and they've come back to life. So there's a ton of, when you start looking, you start listening to tons of people who had the same experience, it's hard to deny that a bunch of people who don't know each other, who are having the same experience, who died, they can't all be full of shit. You know what I mean? Like, they can't all be faking. They have no reason to fake. These are ordinary people. They're not out trying to, like, sell you something. They've had an experience, and you have to actually find them to even have a discussion with them, because they're, it's not something that they're just running around wanting to talk about, because they probably don't want people to think they're crazy. But there's always a purpose in it. I can tell you this. There's always a purpose in it. And it's definitely part of your soul contract. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started now, because we get a little past I got the list going. Oh, wait, hold on. All right. So just want to say welcome to everybody. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. And if you are new to my channel, welcome. Obviously, a lot of you are not new, so welcome back. I love you guys. Love you guys for being here. If you are new, I would greatly appreciate if you would support my channel. Like, subscribe, share. Please take a moment to read the tiny bit of information that is in the description box below. So you guys know what's up, how this works. So basically, what we're going to do tonight, what I'm going to do, what I feel called to do is we're going to start with a very short, because I know you guys have questions. But my channel, the way that I do things here is a little different, as you guys know. For those of you that know, you know. But we're going to start off with a very tiny exercise. It's very short. You are going to probably need a pen and a piece of paper. So if you want to grab that. And I promise you that anything that I ask you to do or participate in is worth it. I'm not here to waste your time. It's not for bullshit. I promise you that these are things that I meditate on, downloads that I get for people, you know, that need whatever this information is. So I'm just the messenger. When I come to this channel and I do this, I'm just the messenger. I'm not pushing my own agenda. This isn't me doing just random shit. So, if you can do this on your phone, you don't have to have a pen and paper. I mean, but you need something to keep answers. You're going to be answering a question, basically. So you need to know. You need to be able to see your answers, though. It's not difficult. It's not hard. It's going to be very quick. And then we'll jump into the readings and just a little bit of housekeeping here. So basically, these are free readings. So if you stick around, there's going to be a list. Usually, sometimes I'm lucky and I have a moderator. It's okay that I don't tonight. I have a list. I see the order that you guys have come in. So don't worry about that. If you would like to skip the line, if you have a pressing issue, it's $5 to skip the line. You will take priority. If you want like a full-blown everything, you want to know about everything. You have your question, but you want to know everything else, it's $10. $10 to get you everything, like a full-blown reading. $5 gets you to the front of the line. I'll answer your question. The rest of you guys, it's free. And I'm just going to go through the, through the list. So PayPal to donate, just really quick, the email address for my PayPal should be in the description box. Unfortunately, all I have is PayPal right now. I don't have anything else right now. At least nothing else that's set up. But let's see, turn for the win. All right, so you don't have a name though. How did you have a YouTube channel with no name? It's blank. Interesting. Okay, interesting. All right, so So, anyways, enough of that. So this is what we're gonna do. So first off, the word for this week, when I was like, all right, so what do the people need to know out there? Energetically, right? Because, you know, while we're all going through our own individual stuff in life, and we have our questions and all the things, we have to understand that everything is energy. At the end of the day, on a quantum level, everything is energy. Whatever question you have is related to energy. The answer is something energetic. Everything, the tangible, the non-tangible, everything boils down to energy. So if you're not having the ideal experience in life, whatever that looks like for you, you're not happy, you're not fulfilled, you're needing something, you're wanting something, you're desiring something, which most people obviously are at a tarot reading. Typically, you're here to get an answer for something that you desire. So that usually means there's probably something that you want that you don't have. To break patterns that are preventing us from receiving the things that we need, because resistance is the issue, okay? Like, and again, this is the most fundamental basics of quantum science and metaphysical understanding. Everything is energy. Energy cannot be created, it cannot be destroyed. Energy is either expanding or it's contracting. And when energy is expanding, that's when things are going the way that we want them to go. We're manifesting, we're fulfilled, we're happy. You get the promotion, you get the job, you find the love of your life. Everything is working when energy is constantly expanding. And that's why, regardless of what you believe or you don't believe, that's why we are all essentially little g gods. We are energy expressing energy, essentially. That's what it's we're beings that have the ability to create. And that's what we're here to do, is to create, expand energy, take energy and use it. We're all the magician card in tarot. We're just using what we have to create the realities and experiences that we desire. Utilizing energy so that energy can go out and do something, right? When we're not taking responsibility and we have resistance or we're contracting, well, that energy implodes upon itself, right? And so when energy implodes, there's decay, there's destruction, but there's also a rebirth, because when something dies, that energy just transforms and gets reused and transforms into something else. So, that's why it's not necessarily, it's not fun. It's the less ideal way to experience life, right? Like, we would probably rather experience pleasure over pain. We'd rather have success over failure and all of that in our life. That's pretty common sense, right? So, however, if we get stuck and we stagnate for too long, then that energy contracts, and then until we're forced into change. And in tarot, that's when we have like either the death card or the tower moment, is because we've contracted. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't times that we're going along, we're doing what we're supposed to do, and unexpected things happen anyways, because there's always going to be unexpected things. Even when you're doing right, when you're happy, you're fulfilled, you're doing what you were supposed to be doing, things can still happen. That's just a part of life. But I'm talking about what we can control. I'm not talking about the things outside of our control. I'm talking about what we can control. That's what matters. And when you start to understand this and you start to practice this in your own life, you become a powerful person, meaning you become the magician. You start to look at your power and the power that you possess to create the outcomes in your reality. And you start to see that as truth and as a fact, not as just an idea or a maybe, or here's some dude on YouTube, blah, 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 and then, you're going to go, the minute that you shut down Outlook or YouTube or whatever you're watching this on, you go back to doing the same old shit that you were doing before, right? Living in the Matrix. What's the Matrix, Eddie? What are you talking about, the Matrix? The Matrix is the illusion of reality. It's all the bullshit that you've been programmed to believe. You've been programmed to believe that your five senses, you can see, hear, touch, taste, and smell is all that there is. You've been, programmed with your traditions and your religion and your politics and your, well, in order to be successful in life, I have to have a house, I have to have kids, I have to live the rat race, mundane, mediocre, conveyor belt reality where I have to do this and that and this and that, and I have to retire and die and blah, blah, blah. It's the pre-programmed, it's the little container, the little box that you were raised in, that you were placed in, the reality that 99% of most people exist in, they believe is true. Because they've been told it's true. They look around, that's the world that they see. That's the reality, the only reality that they know and understand, because that's it. That's what you were raised in. This is real, right? I can touch my body, I can see, but it seems real, seems pretty real to me, right? That's the Matrix. It's the illusion of the reality that you've been given. When the real reality is that you've actually been given learned helplessness. Most people have been indoctrinated with learned helplessness. You've been disempowered from the beginning. The beliefs that you have, for most people, are not your beliefs. They're beliefs that were handed to you. handed to you by your family, by tradition, by religion, by the laws of the land, whatever it is. Most people's identity has been pre-shaped, pre-formed by the environments that they grew up in, right? And then yes, you have your own experiences. You start walking through life and you start making your own choices in life. And so you acquire different experiences that come from the decisions that you made. But if you go back to the beginning, if you go back to the core programming, it wasn't your beliefs. The earliest version of your subconscious programming, your system, the computer running the show in the background, all of that was handed to you. You didn't choose it. You didn't choose your identity. You didn't choose what your belief system. You didn't choose all of that, right? And so that's what I call the matrix. It's the program that you were handed. And so as people move forward in life, we get stuck because, we're following the system. We're following the instructions, but 1 + 2 is not equaling 3. We were taught that if you go to A, or if you start at A and you go to B, then you'll end up at point C. And then you're like, well, I followed the formula, but it didn't work for me. Why am I unhappy? Why am I unfulfilled? How come I don't have the husband? How come I don't have the wife? How come I don't have the success, the money, the wealth, the this, that, and everybody, or whatever, right? Because that's not reality. It doesn't work that way. So, we have to understand that from a spiritual perspective, and spirituality it's not crystals, it's not tarot cards, it's not, do you believe in God, Buddha, do you believe in aliens, do you believe in ghosts? That's not spirituality. Spirituality is who you are. Spirituality is who you are and what you do with the power that you have. It's who you are, who you believe you are, and how you use the power that you have. We all have the same power. We're not all the same person. We all incarnate to do different things. We have a different journey, a different life path, all kinds of things, right? We're here to do different things, accomplish different things, experience different things. But we all have the same power. We all have access to the same powers. Now, how we're meant to use those powers is different, right? What we desire out of life as a result of using those powers is different. But spirituality is how we shape our reality. The spirit, we are spiriting our reality. We are the spirit that is determining what the reality is that we want the reality to be. But that's not how we were taught. We're taught that reality is predetermined. Like, no, you're just a human. You're not a spiritual thing. You don't have power. You have to rely upon other things outside of you and this, that, and the other, and all this other woo-woo shit isn't real, blah, 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 blah. Right? And it's interesting because, so many people, they follow that path and they don't get the results that they want. Right? So it's like, well, I'm living the way that I've been told to live my whole life. Well, how come I'm unhappy? How come I'm miserable? How come I need prescription medications to numb my reality? How come I need this or I need that? And blah, 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 blah. It's a good question. Well, and I can't go into all of that. I've already kind of got off on a big tangent already, but it's important because, again, my channel is not, I'm not here just to do a reading for you. You can get that anywhere. You can get that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of tarot readers who could give you a reading. If that's all you need, all you want. I just want a reading. Okay, you can have a reading. In my experience, those people's lives don't change. You're going to get a reading and you're going to get your little itch. You're going to get your scratch. You have this itch that you need to scratch. You want certainty. You want to know something. And you're going to feel, it's going to feed that part, that little thing you need. You're going to be fed for a moment. But then nothing changes, right? Which is why most tarot readings, when you look on YouTube, they're the same fucking tarot readings, right? This thing is going to happen. This person from your past, this person from your past, this person from your past, this thing is going to happen. And it's like the same type of reading regurgitated again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Like there's no new tarot reading out there. It's just a reiteration of the same old tarot reading you've always heard from before. It's just the newer version of it, right? It's the explained differently today than it was yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that. Like, and if that's where you want to be in life, great. You can stay stuck in the spiral and the cycle of, okay, I'm waiting. The carrot dangling in front of your face. It's always out of hand's reach. I'm never quite there. I never quite get it. I never quite acquire it. I never quite have it. It's always there, and I always have to come back and ask the question again. When is it coming? Oh, it's the tarot cards are telling you. Here come the cards. They're telling you, oh, they're thinking about you. This person's going to reach out to you. This person's going to do this, and you're going to have love soon, and this thing is going to happen to you. Well, your business, your career, your money, blah, blah, blah. And it's always just right there. It's always just right there. And you're on the edge of your seat, right? You're always in suspense, sitting on the edge of your seat. But for most people, they don't, and I'm not saying that people don't have change in their life, but most people don't. In my experience, most people come back, they got the same question. Different day, same question, different day. Same question, different day. Same question, different day. Why is that? Because you haven't learned the spiritual lesson. You're not taking your power. You're giving your power away. You haven't realized your power. You haven't occupied your power. You haven't embodied your power. You haven't embraced your power. You haven't become the magician yet, right? So what I decided to do when I created this channel was not to be the rest of that. And I don't have a problem with that. I listen to I've got a few readers that I listen to, okay? So I'm not bashing tarot or the general tarot community for what it is, okay? But that's not what I do here. My channel is not that. My channel is, how do we change? How do we actually get what we want? Because if that's not happening, then what's the point of this? We'll be here another 10 years, 20 years, 50. We'll be here until we're fucking dead. And we're still waiting on whatever that thing is. Like we're still unhappy. We're still unfulfilled. Well, when's it gonna happen? Blah, 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 blah. And that's just not who I am. That's not what I believe. That's not what this channel is. So that's my big spiel, starting this out. And that gives you guys a chance to kind of, understand my thought process as the messenger, because that's all that I am. I'm just here to be the messenger. Like once I start getting into the flow of this, Eddie's not here anymore. I'm just here to get the messages for you, right? But the part of me that is here, the me that is still me, I would rather you guys actually get what you want. That's the basis of this. I want you to have what you want. I want you to be happy. I want you to be fulfilled. I would rather you receive an insight, receive a message, get something that you can hold on to and move forward with, and, be so happy, content, and fulfilled actually experiencing that and living that you don't have to spend your time on YouTube watching tarot videos anymore. You know what I mean? It's like when people come to me for coaching, with their relationships or whatever their crisis is in life, they need help in their life. I tell them, I'm like, I hope that I never see you again. Not because I don't like you, not because, I don't create relationships outside of my coaching with these people, but I hope that I don't ever see you again in this capacity. Like, I hope that you don't ever have to come back here needing this kind of help again, because, we fix the problem, we get the answers, and you get the thing that you need, and now you just get to go on and enjoy your life, right? Move on to the next thing. That would be the ideal situation here, right? So that's what this is about. That's what my channel is about. My channel is about, let's actually get actionable results that will change our life. Not just more surface level carrot dangling bullshit. So you got to come back here 50 more times and ask the same question. And it's, it's almost Virgo season now. What today, I guess in a couple hours, technically it's we're entering Virgo season now, 2024, and it's like, well, now it's 2025, 2026, 2027, and you're still, still got the same question, you still have the same problem, still pressing issues, it's just a different day of the year, right? So, so all that being said, the first thing for everybody out here, all right, is the message that I have for the collective is we're in a time right now where in order for you to break out of negativity and patterns, like we need to start doing things that are fun. Like so our nervous system gets trained by chemicals. So when you have a negative experience, whether you're depressed, you're sad, you're lonely, whatever that is, you feel that in your body, right? Because your nervous system is releasing chemicals, hormones that you experience as real. You get used to those chemicals and your body's like, hey, we're used to this. And so your body wants more of those chemicals because it's used to having that experience. And so the problem with that, though, is that, again, on an energetic level, you're having a negative experience, even though that's what you're used to. That's the energy that you're sending out. So you're basically asking, you're vibrating at a level that's asking for more negative experiences so that you can continue to have that negative feeling in your body. That's how that works. That's how the true law of attraction works. Okay. And I'm not going to get into that whole thing. So to interrupt any negative pattern, whether you're overthinking, whether you're depressed, whether you're sad, whether you're lonely, whatever the pattern is that you have, all right? And that's half the battle. Self-awareness, having an awareness of your own patterns is huge. Because if you can get control of this, you've mastered something that very few people have the ability to do when it comes to self-mastery. Is understanding, wait, I'm going into self-preservation. I'm going into this negative pattern that isn't serving me. I'm going into a disempowering way of being, thinking, doing, becoming, whatever. Most people, it's on autopilot, right? It's automatic. You just go there. And you don't even realize that you've been there. You've been there so long that you think that that's just how life is. You think, well, this is just life, right? And you can't imagine anything outside of that. But there is life outside of that, right? And that's why you have a desire. That's why you have a question. That there's something inside of you that's longing for something more than what you have right now. And so we have to learn to interrupt that pattern, okay? And the best pattern interrupts are humor. Find anything. I don't care how disturbing. I don't care how off the wall. You know your humor style, right? For me, it's fart videos. I know, like 10-year-old humor. There are these guys who run around in New York City in Central Park and they fart on people in public, or they're just walking around, and it's like, but it's hysterical because the reaction of people, it's like, and I just die laughing. It's just, that's my humor, it gets me every time. And so, I know, like, okay, I'm feeling stressed out. I'm feeling anxious. I'm feeling sad. I'm feeling lonely. I'm feeling depressed. I'm feeling disempowered. I don't feel like I have that power in my hands, the magician. I don't feel like I'm being that person, right? For whatever reason. Sometimes there doesn't need to be a reason. Sometimes you just feel sad, So I catch myself. I have the awareness. I catch myself. I'm like, all right, I know what I need to do. I got to go watch some fart videos. I watch some fart videos and I'm dying laughing. Raises my vibration. I get my power back. It breaks the pattern. And I don't spiral. Okay. So that's the first thing for all of you. That's the first message for you guys tonight. Find something. You have to find the humor in life. You have to find the humor in life. Something fun, exciting, something, it doesn't matter. It's just between you and you. It doesn't have to be like, somebody else's humor. Like somebody else says, well, that's stupid or that's not funny. It's like, fuck them. That's not about them. It's about you. This is about you. Like, what's funny to me, right? And you're not sharing it with them anyway, right? Unless maybe they're into that thing, right? But for the point is, this is about you. You having self-awareness to interrupt your own patterns when you need to keep your vibration high. Because when you are in a powerful or empowered state, you are in a resourceful state. When you are depressed, when you are sad, and all of that, and you start to spiral, you are not in a resourceful place. You cannot respond in a resourceful way. You are in self-preservation, right? And so life sucks, and life will stay sucking because that's the place that we've drifted into. And if we're not careful, we will allow the circumstances in the world around us, all the other bullshit, to close in on us. And next thing you know, we're being influenced by a lot of other things that are not helping us stay in a powerful position, right? So that's the name of the game. The name of the game is I have to be the most powerful form of influence in my own life. If anything else can influence me more than myself in a positive or negative way, then I've given my power away. I have to be the most powerful form of influence in my life, period. Okay? I have to know myself well enough to know when I've gotten myself, okay, I'm drifting into a disempowering place, right? Like I'm not saying that it's bad to feel sad or anything. Like that's bullshit too. There's times where you need to feel sad. There's times where it's okay. That's a human emotion. But it's when it's feeding a negative pattern and you stay there, you live there, you camp out there, right? That's when it's bad. I'm not talking about you have a moment where you feel sad or you feel lonely and it's like, yeah, that's okay. That's a human emotion. Let that come, let that pass, feel it. Don't suppress it. Don't stifle it. Don't reject it. Just allow that feeling and emotion to come through you. That's human. That's what's natural, right? That's how it should be. But don't stay there. Don't identify with that emotion and be like, oh, I'm sad, I'm depressed. Anytime you start saying that, I am sad, I am depressed, you start using those words, you start shaping an identity around that thing. And now you create a negative pattern, a disempowering pattern. That's when shit's hard to break out of, right? And it's a self-defeating, you create a self-defeating pattern in your life. Anyway, so keep your vibration high. Learn pattern interrupts. That's the point of this. The point of this message is pattern. Learn to interrupt your own pattern through humor. Find the humor in life. Just laugh at things. Life isn't so serious, guys. I promise you. Like, I almost died hit by a drunk driver when I was 16 years old. So I've told this story to some of you guys. Some of you guys know this story. It's like, I'm telling you, death is nothing. It's nothing. Like this world we take so fucking serious. It's not so serious. It's not a big deal. I'm not saying that there aren't things in times where it's like, okay, yeah, but it seemed really serious. Like, no, I get it. Of course it does. It feels really serious. It feels really real. It feels like it's a big deal right now. But it's really not. It's really not. The worst thing that can happen to you is going to happen to you. You, me, all of us, we're all going to die. Every single one of us is going to die. No one gets out alive. You're not getting out alive. I'm not getting out alive. No one gets out alive. We're all marching to our death right now. Every single one of us is marching to our death. You might die tomorrow. I might die tomorrow. The whole world could blow up tomorrow. We don't fucking know. But I can tell you this. Every single one of us is going to die. So the worst thing that can happen to you is death, right? So if that's true, then let's get busy living. Get busy living. Instead of dying the long death. We're just gonna it's a slow death because every day I'm not living. That's the choice. That's the decision, right? It's like, so people don't realize you're the walking dead. You're just, yeah, you're living and you're breathing, but you're not alive. You're not living the life that you could be living. You're dead. You're dead inside, right? And then you're gonna die anyway. So it's like, I was dead while I was alive. Now I'm dead because I'm dead. Right? Which isn't true death because death isn't real. But, The point is while you are alive, while you are in this avatar, this fake meat suit body thing that we exist in, you might as well get the most juice for the squeeze. You might as well enjoy it. You might as well use the power that you've been given by God, source, the universe, the creator, whatever the fuck you believe in. You might as well use that power to your advantage to make this existence, this reality, something that's worth experiencing, right? It might as well be your story, right? If you're the creator of a story, then what's the story that you would want to create? And if you're not experiencing the story that you would want to create right now, then why not? Right? Why are you not experiencing the story that you would create? If you could create any story, why are you not experiencing that story when you've been given the power to create that story? And that's hard, because those are the types of questions that a lot of people don't ask themselves, because they have so much disempowered beliefs. Learned helplessness. I can't do that. I can never be that. I can't become that. I can't have that. I can't do that. I can't, I won't, I won't. Right? But I'll get a tarot reading about it. I'll ask the fortune teller to tell me, well, am I going to have love one day? Is this person, do they love me? Will I have money one day? Will I ever be happy one day? Like, if we were all brutally honest, I'm seeing my mushroom chocolates kicking in right now. It's fine. I got on a soapbox, but we're going to get into this in just a minute, but whatever. This is my channel. I say whatever the fuck I want to say. Here's the deal though. Like, if we were brutally honest, then we would just all come out and we would be fucking brutally honest. Right? And the problem is we're not honest. We lie to ourselves, and we tolerate our own lies. We lie and we deceive ourselves. Sure, there's other people outside of us that lie and deceive us too, but I'm not talking about them, because we've been given this life. You've been given this life, this body, this breath, this heartbeat. That is yours. That is your responsibility. You can only control you. That's all you can control, just like me. So, again, we have the power in our hands to determine what we want and what we don't want. And if you're not experiencing the life that you do want, then there's a reason for that. And it's a solvable problem. That's the good news. The good news, it's a solvable problem. And that's what I want this channel to be about. Okay, coming full circle here. Going to try to end my tangent now. Coming full circle. We want to solve problems. We want to create change. I want a community of change agents. You are an agent of change right now. I'm recruiting you. Every single one of you that can hear the sound of my voice. I'm recruiting you. I'm asking you to join the army of magicians. You are the magician. And I'm not asking you to join me. I'm not the leader. I'm not here creating a cult. I'm not here to be, don't follow fucking me. That's not what this is about. You're the leader. I'm here recruiting you to be the leader of your life. I'm here asking you to step up for you. I'm asking you to take the power in your hands and say, hey, we get what we tolerate. And what I've been tolerating in my life right now is not so good. I've been tolerating depression. I've been tolerating the absence of love. I've been tolerating I'm not happy. I've been tolerating purpose depression. I know there's something inside of my soul that wants to come out of me. I know I have gifts, talents, abilities, and things that I should be doing that I'm not doing because I'm stuck in this corporate job, but I don't want to leave my corporate job because my corporate job is my comfort zone. I'm afraid to step out of my comfort zone to go pursue the thing that my soul is dying for, because I'm afraid, well, what if I look stupid? What if my family doesn't understand? What if my friends don't understand? What if my boss and my coworkers, they don't get it. They don't understand. They think it's stupid. They think I'm dumb. They think whatever. What if it doesn't pay as much? What if nobody wants what it is that I have? What if I create this and nobody wants it? What if I offer this and nobody wants it? The same thing with love. What if nobody wants me? What if I never find love again? What if I can't find someone who will love me, cherish me, accept me, be this again? Maybe you lost somebody. Maybe somebody you love died and you're afraid, well, what if I never find somebody who will love me like they did? That person loved me, they gave me all these things. What if I never find that again? A lot of people in toxic relationships, they trauma bond, And it's like scarcity mentality. It's like that person wasn't giving you shit. They weren't giving you shit. It was toxic. It was traumatic. And you're like, yeah, but what if it's the best that I'll ever have? What if I never find anything better than that? But what if you do? What if you do? What if you find somebody who actually treats you the way that you deserve to be treated? What if you find somebody that actually adores you and loves you and speaks life into you, sees the beauty and your talents, your gifts, and they're like, oh my God, like you are majestic to me. You're magical to me. Like, you know, somebody who isn't equal to you, wants to see you thrive, has no problem building you up, has no problem elevating you, believing in you, wanting to see you succeed. They're not in competition with you. They're not there to get anything from you. They're not there to use you, right? What if? All these possibilities, right? And I spoke to this a little bit in the last reading when I got the other two different words, you know. So the word tonight was really just about you guys interrupting your pattern through happiness. Stop taking life so fucking serious. Find, and I'm being very direct right now, because again, I'm channeling information for you guys, whether it's whether you hear it or you don't, whether you accept it or you don't. I'm just here doing my I'm here doing my job, my role. I'm here to be the messenger. So don't shoot the messenger, hopefully. And if you do, it's fine. I'll live. I'll survive. I've had I've taken a few shots. So, you know, I'm still alive. I'm bulletproof until I'm not. So it's all good. But really, in truly, it's about you finding the fulfilling life, right? So the exercise that I have, it's very brief. It's very brief, okay? This isn't going to take you very long. And then I promise you, while you guys think through this process, because again, I know you're like, get to the readings. Like, listen, I'm telling you, if you having a fucking a free tarot reading or $5 or $10, whatever it is, which isn't going to change my life, by the way. Like, if you donate $5 to skip the line or you give $10, that's not changing my life. What that does show is that you have you actually value the thing that it is that you're like, it's valuable. It's important to you. You're actually willing to attach value to something that is valuable and important enough to you, which I actually applaud you for, because every time that I get a reading by somebody, I donate every single time. Like I've never once, not one time in my entire life have I ever gotten a free reading. And it's not because I'm not unwilling to wait, or it's just because for me, I understand energy. I understand the value. It's like, this is important to me. There's value attached to this. I'm willing to put actual tangible value onto this thing that's valuable to me. And, you know, like you have, it's the energetic equivalent. It's the invisible and the tangible. These two worlds have to collide. These two worlds have to meet. When you understand metaphysics, then that will make sense to you. I'm not going to go off into that whole rant. But point is, the $5 or $10 for your pressing question isn't going to change my life, right? So for those of you that get impatient, I understand, because I'm extremely impatient. You should see me when I drive. Like I'm like bipolar. Like you'd lock me away in a prison. If you were riding in the car with me, you'd be like, this guy's a fucking psychopath. And it's not because I drive like a psychopath. It's because I'm so impatient with the other people around me who drive like fucking idiots, right? So it's something I'm working on. I'm calling myself out. I have a little bit of road rage tendencies. Anyways, let's get to the exercise. So the exercise tonight is to help you guys. Because again, the question is never the question. Whatever you came here for tonight is not what you're here for tonight. I promise you. You're like, no, Eddie, it is though. I have a question about this. I need to know about this. I need to know about that. I need to know with this person. Do they love me? Are they going to come back? Am I going to be single forever? Am I going to die alone with 50 cats in my house? Am I going to get a job? Am I going to have money? Am I going to... Trust me, I get it. You have a question that you feel is important to you. I get it. I totally get it. But I promise you, the question is never the question. The problem is never the problem. It's the first thing that you learn when you become a coach. The problem is never the problem. People tell you, you think you have a, that's the first layer of consciousness, is what you think the problem is. And that's why so few people actually find their way out of the problem, because they always stay stuck at the first level, the first layer. They think they oh, there's a problem. What if there's not the problem though? Or what if the problem that you think that you have isn't the problem you actually have? So what would that do for you? What if you had answers already? What if you had resources available to you right now, right? So lots of things that to explore. We can't get into all of them, right? But we're going to do one tonight. The thing we're going to do tonight, you need a pen, you need a piece of paper, or you can use your phone, you can use the notes on your phone, it doesn't matter. You just need to be able to keep the answers, okay? And these aren't going to be long paragraphs. They're going to be like 1, 2, maybe 3 words tops. The answer, okay? And there's a process called 7 levels deep. All right? Very simple. The first question, all right? So we're essentially, the process that we're going through here is the why. Discover what drives you to take action. Like, we have to figure out the why behind anything. Why do you want it? Why is it important? Why do you need it? Why? Why are you here to ask the question that you're going to ask tonight? And I'm not here to judge your question. I'm not here to tell you to change your question. But let's just, before we all start asking our questions, let's actually take a moment and become consciously aware of the questions that we think are important, that we feel that we have to ask, right? Because maybe it's not as important. Maybe there's a more important question. Because, if I ask the tarot cards, is the sky blue? The cards, but yeah, the fucking sky is blue, dude. Like, cool. All right. Next. Well, again, did that really help you? Did that really change your life? Did that get you what you were really wanting? Maybe not. Right? So again, a lot of times people, our lives aren't changing because we don't have clarity. We don't understand what the actual thing is that we need to understand that would actually change our life. If that makes sense. So the first question, this is what we're going to do. It's 7 questions we're going to go through. They're not different though. But here's the first one. What do you want? So this is what you're going to answer right now. We're going to do this for 5 minutes. We're going to take 5 minutes. For 5 minutes. It's 10:55 Eastern Time. 10:55 Eastern Time. So we're going to do this for 5 minutes. What do you want? What do you really want? And I want you guys to answer that honestly for yourself. All right. Yeah. I have I'm seeing the chat. Gene, I have the, here's the list until I get off on my tangent. This was the list. There's a donation too. I have to find the donation. But that was my list. Anyway, what do you want? What do you really want? Write that answer down. It should, whatever that is for you. Love, money, career, whatever that is. Second question. Why is that important to you? That thing that you really, really, really want, why is that important to you? You should, and again, if you're doing this exercise correctly, the answer should come to you intuitively. You shouldn't have to just like, oh, well, like it should be the very first intuitive thing is what you write down. And sometimes that's hard because you want to go back and you want to correct yourself. You'll be like, oh, well, that's not what I meant. No, that's your ego. Your ego comes in to correct yourself. Your intuition gives you the right answer almost immediately. All right. So the first question is, what do you want? The second question is, why is that important to you? Now, the next question, so you should be looking at the answer, right? So this is what I want. The second answer is why that thing that I wanted is important to me. The third question is, why is that important to you? The thing that you have, Why is that important to you? Right? And then, again, let your intuition give you the answer, not your ego. And then when you get that answer, you're going to answer with the same question again. Why is that important to you? You're going to let your intuition, not your ego, you're going to let your intuition give you that answer, and then you're going to answer that question again with the same question. Why is that important to you? So now you should be down to like stage 4 or stage 5. When you start getting down to about stage 5, it starts to get hard, right? And then you're going to ask that question again. Well, why is that important to you? And this is when it can be hard, because now you're really having to think. Like, man, why is that important to me? And then you're going to ask that question again. Why is that important to me? So you're going to do this 7 times, okay? Technically 6. The first question is, what do you want? That's question 1. And then 6, why is that important to me? And you're just going to keep questioning yourself. Question the answer that you gave the time before. Why is that important to me? 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 Until you get 7 levels down or 7 levels deep. That's the name of this exercise. It's called 7 levels deep. That's going to give you clarity, a level of clarity that many people, they don't think that far into it. They just stay up here on the surface level. I want love. Then buy a cat, get a dog. Buy a fish, have a goldfish. Yeah. You know, they have love now. You have a pet. I want more money. Okay, here's $1. There. You have more money. I'll send you $1. You're rich. You're richer than you were. Here's $1. You have more money now. Right? If that's not what I meant, well, that's why you need to get clarity about what you meant. And that's what the purpose of this exercise. Because again, I want to give you guys an opportunity to think about the question that you want to ask me tonight. I wouldn't spend this much time going off on this if literally I hadn't been like a gun to my head by my spiritual, God source universe, whatever you call it. My spiritual people, it's like, you're going to do this. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm not arguing with my spiritual keepers, my spiritual pimps, my gatekeepers, right? Not really. I'm kind of being facetious, funny, but I am here to serve the collective in this way. I'm here to be a messenger. And they insisted that this is the route that I take tonight. Because again, and this isn't me trying to sound like an asshole, a lot of you guys have been spinning your wheels, asking the same questions, stuck in the same place, getting the same results that you've got. Life hasn't really been changing. And don't shoot the messenger, but the spiritual entities, beings, the spiritual forces up there that have to listen to your complaints, they're like, we're kind of tired of hearing the same complaints over and over and over and over again. Imagine hearing the same complaints over and over and over again. And they're like, okay, let's try this a different way, right? It's like when your kids aren't listening, your kids aren't getting it, and you're like, I have to, okay, let's sit the kids down. Let's try this a different way. And I'm guilty, guys. Okay, I'm in this. I'm including myself in this. So this isn't me being a dick or an asshole. I'm guilty of all of this. But again, I'm being the messenger right now. Nothing changes until it changes, and your spiritual team, your spiritual allies, the forces that are here to help you and assist you to get what you want are like, listen, you keep coming to us with these questions, and we're trying to tell you, we're giving you the answer, but we give you the answer, and the answer doesn't help, right? And so it's pointless. It's like, you want an answer, here's the answer, and then you take the answer, but then you come back and with the same question. Maybe different words, maybe a different day, right? And so Spirit's like, let's try this a different way. Let's get you into your power so you can be the magician and you can go out and live the life that you're meant to live and get the result. And then you don't have to ask the question anymore because you'll be so happy enjoying the life and experience that you were meant to have. And you don't have to ask this question anymore. Like let's get the result that you want. Clarity is the key to results. That's why we're starting this with this exercise tonight. Now, for those of you who've done it, obviously I don't know. This is between you and you. If you did it, you did it. You didn't, you didn't. Hopefully you did. You should have some deeper level of clarity and understanding about this thing, whatever that thing is to you that feels like it's the most important thing to you right now in your reality. And so now you can adjust your question potentially and say, well, on second thought, I came here tonight with this question, but maybe now I have this question, right? And that's an empowering position to be in. It's like, okay, now I'm thinking in terms of problem solving, being a powerful person, a solution-oriented person, and not just I'm desperate. We're getting out of that desperation of I just need anything. I need some type of knowledge, I need some type of clue, whatever. All right. So that's the exercise. You guys have your answers for that. And we're going to go ahead and jump into the readings now. I have not looked at the chat. So I have no idea what you guys have been chatting. I've just went off on a whole big tirade. So I do know that somebody donated. I saw it come through. Who donated? That's the first thing. So somebody donated already. Was it? I just need to know who that person is first. And I hope this made sense, guys. I mean, I know I'm very direct, and I know I say a bunch of shit when it comes through, but I say this truly with every bit of compassion, love, and empathy as somebody who's just like you. Like, I'm no better. I've got my shit. I have my problems. I have my struggles. I wrestle with my spirit guides and my own things. We all have our struggles. I'm no better. I'm no different. But when I step into this role and the messages come through, I just allow those, whatever comes through the way it needs to come through, and so I try to be true to that. Kristen. So did Kristen, who paid? Somebody paid me though. Somebody made a donation. Currently reading for Evan. Okay. I'm not okay. I got it. Evan. So who's Evan? Who is Evan? Oh. You are the person who doesn't have a name, the nameless one. You are Evan. I kept looking at you and I'm like, I can't. Okay, I see now. I had to scroll up just a little bit. I see the question. Got it. Sorry. I see it now. My life has changed radically because of the inner work I've done. My inner compass is strong, and this is all new. So asking for guidance in this new chapter, what changes? I'm a centered, self-loving, grounded person. I lean into change, growth, and inner compass, aka using my gut, and grateful because it's blessed my life fully. Okay, no problem. So Evan, it sounds to me like I'm a deeply solution-oriented person who leans in. So it sounds to me like, Evan, you're just wanting like just a general reading, like you just want to like whatever messages come through. Is that what you're wanting? Like, I just want to be super clear because you donated. Like, I don't want to assume. So I'm just clarifying, that you're just kind of wanting a general read. I mean, I think I kind of get the basis of what you're seeing. But if there is a specific question that you have, I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask what that is. Okay, I recently moved to Portland after 9 years in New York City. It was rough, but I endured and finally broke free. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think I get. I think I got you. All right. So switching gears, let's see. Let's just take a look at what does Spirit need you to know? Let's start there. What does Spirit need you to know? Now this came to my mind. I don't know if you've ever been to Colorado, Evan, but something you may find yourself. There's something about Colorado is relevant. If you've never been to Colorado, maybe you should go check it out. Or like there's something about Colorado. I don't know what that is, but you know, if it has no meaning to you, then as I always say, just put it on the shelf because it may have meaning later. So I'm just getting what Spirit wants you to know right now. That's basically like, because obviously you're going through a time of transition, which is clear. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. All right. So, interestingly enough, a lot of the stuff that I just said and my big long-winded speech, my big sermon that I just gave everybody, there's a part of you that is, there's a part of you that's still connected to the Matrix. All right. Like there's some part of you, and we all, again, we all have to deal with this daily. God, if I hold the fucking card. Let's see if I can hold onto the card. So it's the red pill or the blue pill, the Matrix, right? Now, sure, on a binary level, the Matrix represents, again, the corporate world, the world that has been handed to us. We've been force-fed by traditions, rules, politics, religion, all this shit. We've been force-fed. We've been pre-programmed. The minute that we were born into this world, people started programming us and shoveling shit into our brains, right? Every single one of us has had that experience. So sure, we get that. We get that part. That part we understand. But there's the other side of the Matrix. The other side of the Matrix is just understanding the truth and deception, truth and lies. The red pill is always truth. Blue pill is always deception and lies, right? So there's a saying in the good book, the Bible, that says that the truth will set you free. Well, how does the truth set you free? Because it's the truth. Right? And any revelation that any human being has had, and I'm not just talking to Evan right now, I'm talking to everybody, myself included. Anytime that you've ever had a moment where you've had a revelation, whether you're standing in the shower, whether you were listening to something, but something clicked for you. You had that moment. It's like, oh, it clicked. You had a revelation. There's a truth, an epiphany, right? We've all had those moments where you had a revelatory moment, an epiphany, an aha moment, the light bulb moment, right? The only reason that you have that is because in that exact moment, at that precise moment in time, you were willing to accept absolute truth. So the only thing that's preventing you from receiving any answers in your life right now, and I have tested this out, so this is not, I'm not just saying this, I've tested this, I know this to be true. The only reason that we do not receive an answer to something is because we don't want the truth. When we're not willing to embrace the absolute truth, we do not get the revelation. We do not receive the answer. And that's why it can be very frustrating, right? It's like, well, I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want the answer. I want the answer. I want the answer. No, you don't want the answer. You want a specific answer. You want a fantasy answer. You want this sugar-coated answer. You want this you don't want the real answer. You don't want the absolute truth. And that's the only truth that exists in the spiritual realm, is absolute truth. It's not your opinion. It's not somebody else's opinion. It's not indoctrinated or any other bullshit. It's absolute truth. And when we are not ready or willing to accept absolute truth, it's like a block, a barricade. It's like a middle finger to the universe saying, hey, fuck off. I don't want to be harassed by you. Like, but wait. You're asking me for this information. You want truth. You want answers. You want truth. You want knowledge. You're stuck, right? Like, so in this case, and again, I'm not speaking for Evan, but I put myself in Evan's shoes. I move. I'm making a huge transition from New York City. I'm moving clear across the country to the other side of the country. Maybe I've never been there before. Going through this rough, difficult transitional time in my life. There's probably lots of other things that are going on that none of us know about, because this is just the information that Evan's sharing right now. So this is it. This is what we know that's happening right now. We're not living in Evan's experience. So we're not experiencing it in the reality that from which they are, right? But there's a question there. It's like, well, I have these questions, I have these answers. Well, yes, we all have questions that we'd all want answers to. And the only reason that we're not getting those answers to those questions is because there's some part of us is not willing to accept the divine truth, the absolute truth, from which all revelation comes from. And so I'm sharing this because, again, I'm not just speaking to Evan out here, because Evan's not the only person who has a question tonight. Somebody else out here for sure is having this issue and is probably going to get this card when they ask their question. It's inevitable. So it's the red pill and the blue pill. And so what Spirit is saying is, you're going through a transitional period of time, Evan. You're going through a position of time because you were living a life based on a set of lies. You were living a life it was a cookie cutter life that, whether you realize it or whether you completely understand it right now or not, you were living under a set of expectations that were placed upon you. Whether it's expectations from your family, expectations of yourself, expectations of society, unconscious, subconscious expectations, who knows? You were living in the blue pill, right? The world as thrusted upon your shoulders, the expectations put upon you to be, do, become, act, behave, and all these things. And Spirit's like, no. That's not who you are. I have called you to be separate from the crowd. You're not a sheep. That's not who you are. You're not a sheep. I'm calling you out. I'm waking you up. Time to take the red pill. Follow the white rabbit in the Matrix. That's what's happened to you. You're being moved. Your life is being disrupted, disoriented, and things are being moved around. You have uncertainty, maybe more uncertainty than you've ever had in your life before, because your brain is getting to this place now where it can receive that truth. You're getting closer and closer and closer to being willing to receive answers, the brutal, hard truth. And the minute that you're ready for the absolute truth, you're going to get that revelation. It's not Again, it's not being withheld from us. Just like gravity. Gravity just is. You can't turn gravity on, you can't turn gravity off. You interact with gravity and gravity interacts with you. That's how it works. It's always on. Gravity is always here, it's always existing. We don't turn it on and turn it off like a light. That's just how it is with a revelation. Truth. Truth just is. Our ability to access truth is where the problem is. We're, no, blue pill, not ready for it, not ready for it, not ready for it, not ready for it, not ready for it. Not ready for the truth. Well, you're not going to get the truth. But the minute that you're ready for that truth, it doesn't matter. The teeniest, tiniest, little, most insignificant truth or the largest, the biggest question of life, the universe, or whatever question you have, it doesn't matter. The minute that you're ready and willing to embrace that truth, the revelation comes instantly. That's why all of the great spiritual masters, the spiritual teachers, and the spiritual gurus tell us to become a neutral observer of our reality. They tell us to practice detachment, right? It's to get to this place where you're not attached to an outcome. You're just here. You're in your place of neutrality where you're just observing, right? My words for these things, but that's essentially what the great masters are taught. Because what they've learned is that when you get to that place, right? And this is what all these practices we do, meditations and yoga, and if you use plant medicine, all the breathing techniques, all these things that we do for the wrong reasons, by the way that we're doing these things, is really just to get us to a point of neutrality so we can open up the thing that we all have, which is the channel, our third eye. We can open up the channel, get a clear channel, clear messages from spirit, the truth. We're just here to receive. I'm not judging it because I've turned off my ego. I've turned off duality. I'm not judging it good, bad, right, wrong. Well, I have this belief. I have that belief. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in that. And the ego's there waiting to pounce on every little bit of information that comes down through the channel. Our ego's ready to pounce on it, 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 right? Or the ego's there to catch it, devour it, fuck it up, taint it, and screw us out of the truth of the knowledge that we're receiving from the source. Right? That's what the ego's doing. The ego's sitting there like it's like a thief trying to rob it before it gets there. It's like, nah, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up. Paint it, turn it, don't let that shit in. Right? The ego doesn't want you to receive the truth. But when you become neutral, the channel opens up and you start to receive just pure divine knowledge, pure divine truth. It just is what it is. There's no judgment. And you feel it. You know it's true. No one can tell you that it's not true because you feel it. It's like the difference between true divine knowledge that just is and information that is egoic. Egoic in terms of duality, judgment, perception, opinions, all that human bullshit. Right? I say, no, that's an opinion. No, that's subjective. No, that's your opinion. That's your take. That's your experience. I don't agree with that. I don't believe that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about true, pure, divine truth. It can't be argued. And it's interesting is that the people who get those types of downloads, they all end up saying the same thing, right? That's how you know it's true. Because it's peer reviewed. You have a bunch of people who zen the fuck out, open up their channel, they get all this downloads coming into them, and they all have the same experience, and they come out saying the same things. Buddha says the same thing as Jesus. Jesus says the same thing as Buddha. Not maybe the same exact words, but essentially the same teachings. They're talking about the same thing. There's no difference between Jesus and Buddha. They're talking about the same thing, right? It's truth. Just divine truth. That's how it should be. So that's the first part of the message to you is there's truths that are wanting to come to you right now. There's spiritual truths that are wanting to come to you during this difficult season of your life because you're going through a transition, you're going through a transformation, but you also need to understand that the other side of this is the deception. In other words, there are things that are holding you back because there's the blue pill. So what Spirit is wanting to tell you specifically, now I'm talking directly to you, Evan, what Spirit needs you to know is that there are some blue pill things still that are still attached to you, attached to beliefs, attached to your identity, attached to who you are as a person. We all have this, by the way, okay? Myself included. And, you know, people think that you're going to do the work and you're going to get healed and you're going to master, and then it's like, no. You're going to do the work until you're dead. You're going to keep working, and then when you get up here, you're going to find new level, new devil, right? And then you go up to you conquer that mission, you go up to the next level, and then you encounter the next devil there. You beat that, you go to the next level. There's a boss at the end of that level. You beat that level, you go up here, there's a boss at the end of that level, right? We're never going to be, it doesn't matter there's always going to be the next thing. So that's just the nature of life. But there are specific things that are specific to the situation that you're going through that you need to be aware of. Okay? Like, despite the analogy that I just gave you, there's some very specific things that you need to be aware of with the blue pill. You have some disempowering beliefs that you're carrying with you into this new season of life that cannot serve you in this new season of life. So to jumpstart the success in this new season of life that you're moving into, you need to identify and know what those things are, which maybe we can figure out here in just a minute. So the next card that we have out is this seasons card. So you can't see it. This is a deck that I created for myself. You can't see you can't see the wording, but I promise you, the card says seasons on it. So, and essentially this card, what this card talks about is that we go through different seasons in life. So you're changing out of one season of life going into another season of life. So you're definitely in a transitional period. The next card that we have is release. This card is you needing to release things. It's a time of releasing and letting go of what no longer serves you. As cliche as that sounds in the self-help community and all that stuff, it's very important for you. There's certain things that you need to not have guilt, shame, regret, or any of these things. Like things that maybe be scary for you. It's like, well, I don't have like a guilt or a shame per se about letting this thing go. It's just I don't know if I let it go, what's going to replace it? Some people don't know. Like, I'll give you an example in my life. I grew up in hardcore conservative Christianity. Like, I was a Bible thumping, holy roller Christian. Like, I grew up that way. Okay. In the South, no less. So I was hardcore. I mean, this stuff, tarot card, spirituality, all this kind of stuff. This was witchcraft. It was evil. It was demonic. You were going to burn in hell. All that kind of stuff, right? Jesus is the way, the truth, and life. Jesus died on the cross for your sins. You say a magical prayer, and you don't do bad things in your life. You don't drink. You don't curse. You don't have sex before marriage. You don't do. Right? And you read your Bible, you memorize your Bible verses, you go to church every Sunday, you tithe your 10%, you follow the fucking rules. That was me. And I did it to the T. I was obsessed. I was the poster child Christian. Okay? I was the poster child Christian. So here I am on the complete opposite end of the spectrum now. And if you would have came to me 6 or 7 years ago and you would have said, hey, look, dude, one day you're going to be using tarot cards. You're going to be writing books on spirituality. You're going to be talking to people about this and that and blah, blah, blah. Like, I'd have said, you've lost your fucking mind. You're out of your fucking mind. No way in hell. There's no way in hell I would have believed that this is who I would have become 6 or 7 years ago, which isn't that long ago, by the way. So my point is sometimes, so when I started to go through my own spiritual journey, my own transformation, I didn't know who I was when you took the Christianity out of me, because that's all that I knew my whole life, right? That's it. That's all I knew my entire life. I'm a Christian. When that was taken out of me, I didn't know now what am I? What do I believe? Who am I? Right? So I had to do the hard thing. I had to start investigating my beliefs. I had to start doing research. I had to start thinking for myself, coming up with my own conclusions. Like, who am I? I start asking difficult questions, pondering things, wrestling with things. You know, it wasn't just a cookie cutter, you know, easy, you know, well, let me just ask somebody what they think about this and they're going to tell me. And I'm like, okay, that's what I'll believe. You know, like, that's not how it works. And unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. We live in a very mediocre fast food society. Everything is instant gratification. Right here, right now, on your fingertips, fast food, get it, got it, want it, order it on Amazon. It's at your doorstep tomorrow, or maybe even today, if you're lucky. And sometimes it can even be here today. It's that fast. Everything is fast, 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 fast. Now. And people, we don't know how to sit. We don't know how to wrestle. We don't know how to go within and sit and go, man, I don't know, you know, and feel torn between two realities, feel torn between beliefs, feel torn between, well, I kind of believe that. I kind of agree with that. But over here, this thing I'm not so sure about. This thing over here, I definitely don't believe or agree with that. That doesn't resonate with me. I was taught that this was the right way to do this. And over here, I don't know, maybe, you know, like most people don't have the ability to sit and deal with that. And I had to go through that. I had to go through that in my own life. And it thankfully, it helped me become who I am now. I fucking found me. And I'm proud of who I am because I found me. No one made Eddie who Eddie is. Eddie made fucking Eddie. And if that's all that I have to be proud of, and it makes me emotional. Like, me saying that out loud makes me feel emotional right now. Just admitting it out loud. It's the one fucking thing that I have to my name that I know that I can stand on. It's who I am. I found this motherfucker. I found me. It's the one thing that I have that I know that is mine. That I found it, and nobody will know the work that I had to do, the hell, the pits that I've had to crawl out of, the shit that I've had to wade through, the questions I've had to go and wrestle with, and the pain, all the shit that I've had to go through. And I'm not saying because I'm special, but I'm just saying that that's what I had to do to find me. I'm not saying that other people aren't going through shit, or other people don't have their struggles, their hurdles, and their challenges. I know that they do. Some people have gone through way worse than me. It's not a contest. I'm not competing with them. My point is that I have pride in the fact that I was willing to go and find me. So very few people, so many people have insecurity and self-worth problems, self-esteem issues. Why? Because they need somebody else to tell them who they are. They need somebody else to approve of them. They need somebody else to project worth onto them. Oh, you're worth this. Oh, you're so lovable. You're good enough. You're this and you're that and you're this and you're that. But it's never enough. They have to go out and get it again, get it again, get it again. They have to go back on social media, get more likes. Here's my tits. Here's my ass. Look at me. Here's my selfie. Like me, love me, heart me, like me, appreciate me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm special. I'm special. Aren't I still special? I was special 5 minutes ago. Aren't I still special now? Am I special today? Am I special tomorrow? Am I special? Am I special? Am I special? Right? If you're not giving yourself that, if you need any of that shit from a place outside of you, if you need that from some place outside of you, you need somebody to tell you, you need somebody to come and tell you who you are, tell you you're good enough, it's never going to be enough. Never. It's never going to be enough. You'll need it for the rest of your life. You'll need approval outside of yourself. You'll need power outside of yourself. You'll need love outside of yourself. You'll need connection outside of yourself. You're always going to be desperate for something that only you can give yourself. It's called a spiritual responsibility, right? Just like when like all of us, most people once they become, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, you don't wear diapers anymore. You get potty trained. Most people are potty trained. You know what that means? Potty trained means you have a responsibility to know when your body tells you to go to the bathroom, which means you have the responsibility to take your own ass to the bathroom so that you can do your business. It's not my responsibility to tell you when to go to the bathroom. It's not my responsibility to tell you when to pee, when to poop, when to shit, when to relieve yourself. It's nobody else's responsibility to tell you when you need to go to the bathroom. It's your responsibility. And nobody questions that. Nobody looks at another human being and goes, wait, that's so weird. Like, you go to the bathroom all by yourself? Like you actually go, I have to use the bathroom. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick and relieve myself. That's so weird, man. What's wrong with you? No one says that. It's expected. You're expected to have a level of self-mastery and responsibility where you can do a very simple thing. Well, what we don't understand is we have a spiritual responsibility, which is the same thing. We have a spiritual responsibility to do the same thing with ourselves. It is your spiritual responsibility, my spiritual responsibility, and everybody else that's listening to this, it is our spiritual responsibility to provide that truth to ourselves. It's up to you to figure out who you are. Not who your parents told you, not what religion told you, not what society told you, not what politics tells you, not with all these external influences that are constantly propagating, pumping you, throwing shit at you left and right, all the time. Constantly, information overload all the time. Whether it's marketing, whether it's sales, whether people want your money, whether they want your attention, whether they need your likes, whether they need, everything's constantly throwing shit at you because they want your energy. They want you. They want the energy. You're just, we're hypnotized by it. It's too much. We're being hypnotized, right? Disempowered, disenfranchised. We're being taken even further away from the place that we need to be within ourselves to find that spiritual truth. And so it takes balls. I hate to say it, that in the year 2024, it takes fucking balls and courage to do something that doesn't seem so courageous to most. It takes balls and courage to go within yourself and figure out who the fuck you are. And then it takes a whole different level of courage and balls to actually own it and then to stand on it and go, hey, you know what? I'm going to be unapologetically me. Even if it doesn't look like society, even if it goes against all of that, even if it goes against my parents, it goes against my religion, it goes against my upbringing, it goes against what my friends think, it goes against the image that people once thought of me, right? Like, that was my biggest fear. Like, oh my God, I come from a background of a bunch of church-going Christians. That's everybody that are my friends, my family, everybody knew me as this Christian. Now, I'm going to be 100% me, to be genuine and authentic. I'm supposed to go out there and let them know that I do tarot cards and I talk to dead people and I channel shit and there's other dimensions out there and there's all kinds of crazy shit. I'm supposed to come out and start talking about all that? Look like a whack job? The answer is yes. Let's put that in the chat box. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. The answer for you, Evan, is yes. Again, I'm not speaking just to Evan, obviously, but Evan had the question. That's what the release is here, Evan, for you. The release card for you here, Evan, is you have to let go of all the blue pill shit. You have to let go of all the blue pill shit, my friend. All of it. All of it. Not just a little bit, not the comfortable. I bet this part's comfortable. Please don't tell me to give that thing up. No, you got to let go of that too. Here's why. And this is the scariest part, because I went through this same fear myself. The community card is the next card out for you. Everything that we fear that we lose when we risk being ourselves, especially if you've been called out into some weird shit, like me, I'm like, my God, I'm just gonna be alone the rest of my life. Like, I'm gonna be out here in weirdo land. Okay, cool. I guess that's it. That's it for Eddie. Like, I'm out here in weirdo land. It's like, no, you're not going to be alone the rest of your life. There's people that in weirdo land are your people. And those are the people who get you, and you're going to get them. And you guys are going to come together and you're going to do some badass fucking things. Because the weirdos are the ones who are actually meant to be here to change shit, to do things. You're actually part of the people that are part of the important things that need to be different, that need to change. You're just, and that's me. That's my problem. Is that's the blue pill part of myself that I haven't let go of. It's that tiny little part of me that's still afraid of people, what people think. And we all have that. If you're completely honest with yourself, we all have that. We're afraid of we're afraid of being judged. We don't want to be the weirdo. We don't want people to dislike us. We don't want people to be like, oh, that's the worst feeling in the world, is the feeling that you getting to be 100% who you are equals separation, equals disgust, equals disconnection, people not wanting to have anything to do with you, isolation. That's what people fear. That's why so many people are fake, why they're superficial, why we pretend, and we don't act like who we are. We act like who we think people want us to be, so we will be accepted at the expense of ourselves. Well, what Spirit is saying is no. When you cut ties with the bullshit, cut ties with all the blue pill stuff, you embrace the season of life that you're moving in, you let go and you release things, you have a beautiful community of people that you're going to be, that you're going to find yourself in. You're finding your tribe. Your vibe attracts your tribe. Your vibe attracts your tribe. So, that's the place that you're heading in. It may not seem like that because, again, when you're going through the transition in the moment, the heat of the moment, it's very raw, and there's other things going on. But let's see. Let me just try to get some quick little things that Spirit wants you to know, because I do feel like you are going through a very transitional period. Okay, so you have the leg up in reverse. So this is basically, again, just you feeling like you don't have anyone to lean on. You not realizing that you, this is you just feeling like disempowered right now. Like you don't have anybody to lean on. You don't have anybody that you can really rely upon. You feel like you just kind of have to go at it alone. You're a loner. You feel like I'm just kind of a loner in this right now, basically. The Spirit's saying that's not true. Even if you don't have a physical person, you have a whole spiritual tribe behind you. You have the infinite source behind you. So it's not true. So if you're believing in any part of any type of disempowering belief that you have right now about, well, I'm alone, I don't have anybody, whatever, it's not true. Sometimes what you realize, you find your most power in isolation. It's the hermit in the cave analogy, right? It's like the whole thing of like when in Star Wars, Yoda, is training Luke Skywalker, and Luke Skywalker has to go into that cave where he meets Darth Vader, and then he strikes Darth Vader in the face with the lightsaber in the cave, and what he sees his own face. And there's like a deep spiritual lesson in there. He had to go into this cave where he was afraid to confront the thing that he feared, which was Darth Vader. And then when he strikes Darth Vader and defeats him in the cave, he sees his own face behind the mask, and he realizes that I am Darth Vader. This cave that I'm in, the fear that I'm facing isn't the fear isn't Darth Vader. That's not my enemy. The enemy is my own fear. In other words, Darth Vader is just a projection of my own fears. And if you can overcome your own fear, then there is no fear. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what opposition. Darth Vader doesn't exist anymore. Essentially, that was the spiritual lesson in that part of the movie. The next card out is not for you. So this energy is coalescing and tied right into this release energy. This is very straightforward for you. So it's just saying there are some things in your life right now. I can't make this shit up. You saw this card come out. You've heard me talking about the Matrix and the blue pill thing. I mean, you know, this is it just to my own fascination, being not only the messenger but being the observer while I'm being the messenger. It's kind of mind-blowing because spirit is basically repeating itself. I mean, it's a crystal clear message. There are things that are not for you. You see, and what's interesting about this card, by the way, is there's a fortune. There's chess pieces. It's actually very, very brilliant. You got chess pieces, duality. You got the black chess pieces and you got the white chess pieces, which represents the two pillars of duality. Now, the not for you, the fortune cookie, is in the middle path, because that's what spirituality is really all about. It's the balancing force. Like if you get the High Priestess card in tarot, you'll see the white pillar and the black pillar. If you look at the moon card in tarot, you've got the two towers, and then you have like the wolves, and you have the crab, and there's that middle path. If you look at the Hierophant card, you have the Hierophant who's standing and teaching between the two pillars. If you look at the Lover's card, you have the two trees in the garden, right? And the lovers are standing in the middle, and the angel is up above. There's other ones as well. The Chariot card, you have the two sphinxes. You got the black sphinx, you have the white sphinx, and then you have the Emperor, and the Chariot is in the middle. So the middle path, the spirituality is all about the middle path here. And so it's interesting is you have the fortune cookie in the middle, and it's saying it's not for you, right? And it's standing between the two rivaling points of opposition here. So essentially what it's saying is if we were to take this card, the Matrix, and we were to stack it and overlay it on top of this, on the one side you have the red pill, on the other side you have the blue pill, and in the middle path, you have the truth, basically. What is the truth when you look at it? What's in the fortune cookie? What's the fortune cookie going to tell you when you open this fortune cookie up? Well, in this case, it's going to tell you it's not, the answer is not for you. There's things in your life that you're going to start to see through the enmeshment, basically. Like it's like when you step, how do I explain this? When you step into the middle path and you get out of one extreme, you get out of the other extreme, you get out of the duality of the experience you've been living in, you're going to see that middle ground clearly. And you're like, oh, that thing's not for me. 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 And what that's going to do is that's going to take a lot of pressure off of you. It's going to take a lot of guilt, a lot of shame, a lot of anxiety off your shoulders. There's so many things all these emotions are going to come up off of you. You're going to feel so much lighter because all of a sudden you're going to feel free. Like, my God, it's so free to not feel like I have all this pressure upon me because of all these beliefs that are like bricks, cinder blocks, all this belief, that belief, this belief, that belief. And it's like each one of these beliefs comes with a responsibility. That's where the Ten of Wands in tarot comes from. For those of you who understand what that is in tarot, the responsibility, the weight, every responsibility, every belief that you have has a responsibility attached to it. So if you have all these beliefs, that means you have all these responsibilities to those beliefs. And if all those beliefs are regardless of whether they're real or not, right? Doesn't matter if the beliefs are empowering or disempowering. It doesn't matter. You just have a shit ton of beliefs, right? And there's a bunch of responsibilities attached to them. It's just like you go to work, your job, and your boss is like, I need you to do everything. Everything. What do you mean everything? I mean everything. I need you to run the business. I need you to pay the taxes. I need you to pay the bills. I need you to market. I need you to order the products. I need you to do the inventory. I need you to serve the customers. I need you to do everything. I need you to clean. I need you to do everything. All of it. All of it. And you're like, well, that's not my job role. Right? That's not what I'm here. I don't get paid. I don't get paid to do all of that. I'm just here to just do this job. This is my job role. Not all of it. But see, a lot of us don't have that programming. How much better would your life be if you didn't have all those beliefs with all of those responsibilities attached to those beliefs? How much lighter would you feel? How much easier would your life become, right? It'd be a hell of a lot easier. Like, man, my God, I feel like a whole new human being. I don't have that responsibility. I don't have that responsibility. I have that responsibility. I have that responsibility. And like it's all of a sudden, it's like you've cleaned house and now you just like, I only need a couple beliefs, right? Like that's why Jesus in the Bible, they asked him about this. They asked him this very question. The two greatest commandments. And you know what he said? Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. That's it. Everything else, he said the law is summed up in these two commandments. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. He basically said you only need two beliefs to function. The relationship you have with your creator, that's whatever that belief is for you, and just treat people the way you want to be treated. That's it. And they're like scratching their head because the Jews, they had the Levitical law, which was like 6,000 or some crazy fucking amount of, rules, and this rule and that rule and that law and this rule and that law. It's like they had all these rules and all these laws that they had to be followed to a T. And he just completely mind fucked them because he's like, hey, yeah, you don't need all of that. You have all these beliefs with all these responsibilities, and it's going to make your head explode because there's no possible way that you're going to be able to keep up with all those responsibilities because they're attached to all these beliefs. And you don't even know why you have those beliefs. Because again, most of them were handed to you. Most people have not done a belief inventory and sorted through their beliefs and go, I don't need that belief. I don't need that belief. That's not my belief. That's not my belief. That's not my belief. Clean all that shit out and get down to what belief is actually yours. What beliefs do you have that are yours? You had that belief. That's yours. And you know it's yours. You know it wasn't given to you by your mom, your dad, your husband, your wife, your children, your pastor, your religion, your job, your politics, your culture, your country, whatever the fuck. How many people actually can say, I have this belief and it's mine? This is my belief. I gave it, it's me. Between me and my creator. Not very many people, right? Not very many people. So this not for you energy here, what's tied to you out on the table, this is about you clearing the house of beliefs, because your whole life is going to get so much lighter, because you're going to feel like a whole different human being, because you're not going to feel tied down and weighed down by all these responsibilities that were tied to all these beliefs that never served you, that were outdated and have no business being a part of your reality. All these beliefs, not for you. This belief's not for you. That belief, look at how many chess pieces there are. Like, well, I got to Google this, right? How many chess pieces are in a set? Yeah. 32. 16 chess pieces per side. 32. So 32 total. So imagine having, you got 16 beliefs with God knows how many responsibilities attached to it on this side. You got 16 beliefs over on this side with how God knows how many responsibilities attached to it. You've got 32 beliefs total with all these responsibilities attached to it. Okay, well, that's a lot. Imagine if you only had two. What would your life feel like if the only two beliefs with the only two responsibilities attached to those beliefs were, hey, am I right with my creator, whatever that is for you, God, source of the universe, or yourself, even yourself? What is the relationship that I have with the infinite intelligence that makes me who I am? What is my relationship? Is it do I believe in a friendly divine intelligence, or is it a fearful divine intelligence? Right? Like, we simplify it just to those two categories. Is it friendly, or is it fearful? Super simple, right? And if it's friendly, awesome. But now we don't have anything to worry about. It's like I can have a relationship to this divine intelligence because it's friendly. It's not fearful. It's not out to get me. It's not about sending me to hell. It's not about good, bad, right, wrong, sins and damnation and karma, and it's going to strike you if you didn't do this the right way. It's going to, zap you and all this shit. It's like, no, it's a friendly force. It has my high. It's always operating in my highest good. The universe always has my back. The second belief, okay, just do unto others as I want them to do unto me. That's it. Simple. How simple would your life be from going from 32 total chess pieces to 2? 32 beliefs with all these responsibilities attached, or 2 beliefs with very, very basic common sense beliefs associated with them. That's what this is saying. When you get this down, this is your freedom. Again, I'm talking to Evan. This is your freedom in the making. If you want to find freedom, if you want freedom, true freedom, I'm not talking about the freedom to move from New York from the East Coast to the West Coast. I'm not talking about freedom to go out and buy a new car, change your living address. I'm talking about spiritual freedom. You want to be free. You want to have the freedom to be exactly who you are, right? This is your freedom right here. It's filtering out all the bullshit that's not for you. The beliefs, all the beliefs with all the responsibilities attached to them. Underneath that, the bottom of the deck, you have the fates. The fates is essentially, in this deck, it's like the Wheel of Fortune card. And what can you expect as a result? So if Evan adheres to the advice, lets go of the limiting beliefs and all the bullshit, what can Evan expect? Like what's really transpiring here? What is this change really about? Okay, yeah, you have the Knight of Swords. So this is you getting clarity, laser focus, laser clarity, and swift, fast, decisive changes. Like you become an action taker. You gain the clarity that you need to go after the things in your life, because I feel like that's a natural part of your energy, right? We have Justice. So you might be an air sign because we got double air here. It doesn't mean you have to be. So you could be you could have Libra in your chart. You just have air, an abundance of air in your chart. Again, it doesn't really matter. But as a result of this, things become very clear, and you have clarity on the direction you need to go, and you're going to go in that direction, and shit's going to work out for you as a result of you having that clarity. You're going to get out of this 5 of Cups, which is the loss, the grief, the woe is me, the guilt, the condemnation, whatever it is you're grieving, you're going to go through all of that. That's done. You're going to move through that. Justice, balance, fairness, justice is in your favor. You have good karma coming your way. And your life that feels very out of balance right now, 2 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, and you have the 2 of Wands. So right now, your whole reading is about duality, Evan. Your whole reading. Red pill, blue pill. This side, that side. This pentacle, that pentacle. This wand, that wand. Everything here is duality. You're being faced with the human dilemma. Duality in and of itself. Like the level above, the middle path, the level above duality is seeing through duality, realizing that duality is the blue pill. It's the illusion. Good, bad, right, wrong, like up, down, all of that kind of shit. Like true spirituality transcends all of that, and you realize that's just two sides of the same coin. When you get free from the dogma that you've been living in, this is the real answer, because you can change location, you can move, you can try to. I've done that. I thought my problem was geographical. I've gone through life. I was like, man, I'm fucking miserable. I hate my life. I'm miserable. I need a new girlfriend. I need to move. I drove 15 hours. I lived in Florida, and I drove 15 hours to Iowa for no reason. I get out of Florida. Florida's the problem. That's the problem. Florida is the problem. I'll just go somewhere I've never gone before. I'll just drive north. For 15 hours, I'm just going to keep driving north, slightly to the west. I ended up in fucking Iowa. What's up here? Never been to Iowa. A lot of cornfields. I'm in Iowa. Okay. I hung out there for a month and realized, hey, wherever you go, there you are. You can't outrun your problems. You can't outrun your spiritual bankruptcy, right? So, my friend, this for you, what you have coming. So, underneath this Fates card, which again is like the Wheel of Fortune, underneath that you have co-create. You're about to step into your power. You're about to step into your truth. You're about to step into the person that you're always meant to be. But it's unraveling. It's unraveling through your thoughts. It's unraveling through your beliefs. It's unraveling through this transformational period in time. But you're going to have to let go of some things. It's probably going to be uncomfortable because those are the only things you've ever known. And there's going to be a lot of uncertainty about what's going to fill in those gaps. And I can't tell you what's going to fill in those gaps, because those gaps have to be filled in the wrestling within yourself, but through the experience of, okay, I've wrestled with this, when I wake up tomorrow and I put one foot in front of the other, and I just allow spirit to show me and to teach me things throughout my day. Some things we learn in the 3D reality of just being comfortable in uncertainty, which everybody hates. And then there's the questioning of what's going on inside of us. So there are internal questions and the external questions. And as those two worlds get closer and closer and closer, you experience what we call synchronicity. The closer to the external world, the internal world rather, gets to the external world, the outer world, the inner world, and the outer world get really, really close. That's when people experience the phenomenon that we all know as synchronicity. That's confirmation. It's telling you, oh my God. That's why you know it. That's why you recognize it. That's why you go, oh my God. This can't be coincidence. There's something to it. I see this. I'm seeing it all the time. I'm seeing it all the time. I'm seeing it all the time. I'm seeing it, whether it's numbers, whether it's this bird, whether it's this name, whether it's this music, whether it's this. Like, yeah, the reason you're seeing it all the time, the reason that it's relevant to you and you know it's relevant to you, is because the inner world and the outer world are getting so close to becoming one that now you're getting feedback. You're getting constant feedback about how close you are. That's what a synchronicity is. All right. So, anyway, really, really, really long explanation of what I think Spirit is wanting you to know is that what's coming up for you is really up to you, my friend. Yeah, I don't read the chat. I don't look at the chat when I'm tuning into the energy, because then I want to engage with what you guys are saying. And then my brain is getting distracted and I'm not focusing on the messages. So I've just learned if I engage with you guys on the chat, then I'm not here. I'm not giving you the reading. It's like one or the other. It's just the way my brain works. But the question maybe of like, what next? What do I do? Yeah, I know this. Yeah, I hear you. Like, whatever that void is that feels like a question, a space where you're wanting something to fill it in terms of like an answer or an energy. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that word is. Spirit is what I the message that I'm feeling for you is, yes, sometimes we do know, sometimes we get it mentally, but we don't have it experientially. It's different. I know a lot of shit up here. My brain is full of knowledge. Like, I am a self-help junkie. I've taken, God only knows, I've spent over $50,000 easy in self-help courses, certifications, classes, books, videos. I mean, I have terabytes of stuff that I've literally ripped. Like, courses, just, I buy something and, I copy it. I take it. I get, whole libraries full of courses and all kinds of information and shit. It's all up here in my head. Have I experienced it all? Have I lived it all? Has it all fleshed itself out through me? No, it hasn't. Not all of it will, and all of it needs to. But what my point is, there's a difference between the walking out, the walking out of it, in faith. There's an element of faith. There's an element of trust that comes from operating in a spiritual dimension, which means sometimes, how do I explain this? Sometimes we create things without knowing we've created them, and the effect, the cause and effect is already manifested out in front of us. So we're walking into something that we've already manifested, and those are the times when life is great. It's good. It makes sense. Everything is playing out according to plan. And so we have the illusion of certainty because that thing is available to us out in front of us. Sometimes the creative process doesn't work it that way. Sometimes we are in the middle of the thing that hasn't completely fleshed out because we are literally in the middle of the creating of it, and we don't see. It's like all this, like when all the stars aligned for things to be good, then we're living a good life. We're fulfilled. But sometimes all the stars align when we are in the middle of a transition, in the middle of the creation, in the middle of, like, there's all these things that are happening. The stars all had to come together at this exact moment for you to have this exact type of experience where there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns. And we all go through it at least once, twice, if not a few times in our entire lifetime. We all are going to land there at some point. And I feel like that's where you are. You're in this place where the thing the things, there's things that haven't been formed yet because you haven't formed them. And it's up to you to decide how you want to form them, but based on what version of yourself that you're going to be when you start forming them. Like, who are you going to be as a result of the questions you have, the wrestling, the self-development, where you go, what you know, like all these things. The version of you that's going to exist in that moment, this moment, that chooses to start creating and forming whatever the new future is that you desire. There's tons of uncertainty there. And Spirit is giving that to you, giving that canvas to you and saying, well, it's up to you. You get to decide what you want this to be, but what you want it to be will be based on the version of you that shows up to create it. And there's no right or wrong. There's no good, bad, right or wrong. It's just a fact of this is what it is. It's a fact of free will. It's a fact of choice, if that makes sense. So I know it's not a very, there wasn't really a clear question that we started with per se. I think there was an applied question, but the answer is more etherical because I think that's kind of where Spirit needs you to be. I don't think there is a precise, like there's a level of prediction about, yes, there's a future ahead of you where you're on the other side of this you that you're becoming. There is a future on the other side of the you that you're becoming that's going to make sense to you. And it's not going to be anything that of what it looks like or what it has looked like. And it's good. That is good. The energy of that is positive. It's good. Green light. Awesome. But the getting there, what it looks like for you to get there, that part, tons of question marks. Tons of question marks. Gotcha. Yeah, and maybe you weren't. Maybe there wasn't a specific question. But, you know, I just try to really hard to give the best guided information as I receive it in the clearest way possible without injecting myself into it. You know, it's like, I can't make it more than what it is, and I can't make it less than what it is. It's like, this is just what it is, right? Like when you open yourself up to be a medium or a channel for that type of information, right? Like, I don't choose the cards and I don't choose the messages. It just comes through me. And it's on one hand, it's a good thing. On the other hand, it could maybe it's a bad thing, right? It's a good thing because I know it's not me. I don't feel attached to it. I don't feel responsible for it. But on the other hand, you know, sometimes it's like, well, you know, I can't twist the divine's arm, nor would I want to. And I'm not saying that I don't think that you would want that either. But anyways, I don't know if any of that, if any of what I've said with you actually makes sense at all at this point. Hopefully something made sense to you in that. But yeah, hopefully something in all of that that makes sense too. And hopefully, for those of you who were patiently paying attention, maybe there was something in all of that that aligns or resonates with you, because I'll say it until I don't do tarot readings on YouTube anymore. I'll say it till the day that I'm gone off of this platform, that anything that is shared here, I assure you, if you're really paying attention, whether it's your reading or not, I promise you that the divine is going to speak to you, because it's just how it is. That's how I allow myself to be open to the divine killing many birds with very few stones, if that makes sense to you all. You know, like, if you allow yourself to be open to receiving answers and knowledge from somebody else, then Spirit will give you those answers. It's like, hey, you know, you have this problem. Hey, you over there, you have something similar to that. This is beneficial for you. That's beneficial for you. Like, you know, even for me as a reader. I mean, you guys come in with your questions, and I'm the one who benefits more than all of you. If I'm being completely honest with you, I come in here, and you guys have your questions, and when I'm done with this and I go to sleep, my brain is like, holy shit. I learned this, I learned this, I learned this. This applied to me, that applied to me, this applied to me, that applied to me. I got something out of that. That thing, that message that came through for them, that applied to me. Like, so I'm over here. You guys fill me up with all this wealth of knowledge. You know, like, I'm just, you know, so I appreciate that you guys do that. Okay, so where are we? I'm a tarot lesbian. That's the best spam name ever. The best spammer name ever. I'm a tarot lesbian. Well, hey, you get you some, girl. Go, girl. Everybody, cheers to the tarot lesbian. I tell you, there's no, I'm pretty sure there's not a beef curtains tarot card, though. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Bad Eddie, bad Eddie, bad Eddie. Eddie, you bad. All right. So, unless, let me just make sure no more donations. Okay, free list. Okay, so here we go. MV. Let's see what we can do. I've been very curious about this situation since the last 2 days. I'm moving out soon, and I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I don't know why I feel overwhelmed. All right. Why does MV feel overwhelmed about moving out of their situation? Interesting. You're going to have to clarify these. So we got superficial, we got transition. 6 cents. Okay, so obviously, yeah, clearly your intuition is trying to tell you something, which I feel like you get. Like you're picking up on the, obviously your intuition is trying to tell you something. Now, interesting, we have the passion card at the bottom of the deck. Now, this could be a few different things, but we're gonna have to look at this. I'm gonna have to clarify this because, like, I sort of get it. Like the superficial energy here is basically saying I feel like you have other intrusive, invasive thoughts that are drowning out your intuition, so you're not understanding. Like your the reason that this feels important to you, the overwhelm. Oh wait, that's not your question. The question is about my flatmate. Does my flatmate have feelings for me, or if he's going to take any action? Oh, you missed my question. Okay, I see it. I see it. He's like, see, my intuition told me to go look at the chat box. Oh, you got me. I'm all over here like, what the fuck? All right. All right. All right. Rewind. Rewind. That's actually an easier question. Yeah, that's actually an easier question. Does my flatmate have feelings for me, or if he's going to take any action? Okay. So, what are the feelings of this person towards MV? I've never heard that term. Flatmate. Flatmate. I've heard of a soulmate. I've heard lots of things, but I've never heard of a flatmate. That must be an over you're not in America thing. Don't mind my uncultured ask, because I don't even own a passport. I've never been out of the country. So I'm getting cultured right now. Jesus. All right. Okay. So we have loss here. So somebody going through a loss, maybe. And we have the divine masculine. I think that's just your energy picking up on him. You view this person as that. Yeah, somebody's going through a transition. Then we have not aligned at the bottom of the deck here. Why is the loss here though? I don't know if this is this person not aligned with you, or this person's going through something else and they're not aligned with something else. Like, I don't know. This to me doesn't make sense if it's you, unless you've had a history with this person. Like, if you have history with this person, if I can speak, then it makes sense. If you don't have history with this person, at least romantically, then this could be something else. The Strength card, the King of Swords, and the Six of Swords at the bottom of the deck. So somebody is definitely letting go and moving on from something. So we have a Leo here, the Strength, but this could just be somebody who's trying to work up the strength to let go, or they're recovering from a loss, one or the other. We have the King of Swords here, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, or somebody who's just kind of cold right now. Unemotional, detached, very logical, you know, like doing what they have to do to maybe move on. Or it could be from the other perspective. Maybe this person was very direct, very forward, very like, hey, sorry, I'm not into you like that. Sorry. Like, you know, they just had to, they were very blunt. Like, hey, I don't like you like that. You know, or it could go either way, but definitely there's something here. I mean, 'cause underneath the Six of Swords, we have the Five of Pentacles, which is definitely, you know, two cards. This one's, you know, obviously letting go, moving on, leaving something behind. And then the Five of Pentacles is somebody feeling the loss, essentially here. But why is not aligned here? Show me this. That'll answer the question, basically. So we have double Leo. So this could be a Leo. When we have double Leo, you could be dealing with the Leo. This guy could be a Leo. Doesn't have to be. But the sun is, again, the sun is absolute truth. The sun is illumination. It's truth. Whether you like it, whether you hate it, it's the absolute truth. Nothing less, nothing more. It's just the truth. It is what it is. So many tarot readers read the sun as just the happiest card on the deck. Happy. It's like, it's way more than just being happy. In my opinion, it has way more to do with illumination than it has to do with whether you're happy or not. Yes, it can have those qualities, but for me, and most of the time in my readings, the sun has far more to do with truth, illumination, things that are exposed, things being in the light, or just being exposed to the absolute truth. Interesting. So you could be in with a Leo. So the Four of Swords is like somebody, again, who's recovering maybe from a loss, or they're not saying much right now. You could feel ghosted. There's no communication here. We have the Eight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck now. Somebody who could just like focus on their work, focus on themselves, you know, focus on practical shit, not love. But then we have the Knight of Cups here. So interesting. So why is not aligned here though? Like, what is this? How, like, so if this person is the Leo, then you have your answer. If they're not a Leo, then we're gonna get to the bottom of it. And this person's definitely seemed like they're focused on money or their practical shit. Ace of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, new job, more money. We had the Eight of Pentacles a second ago. Like, yeah, I mean, this person does not seem the Devil, Capricorn energy at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, Four of Pentacles. Yep, somebody's focused on money, security, money, finances, security, money, finances. Nine of Wands. This is a big deal to them. Whatever this shit is about their money, that's a big deal to them. Judgment. Why is the Knight of Cups here then? Who is that? Why is that here? I mean, that could just be saying the Four of Swords, and the Knight of Cups is basically saying that love is just not their priority right now, but let's find out. Oh, God, if I can stop fucking the cards, stop going on the floor. Three of Swords. Okay, they've been hurt. That makes sense. So romantically, this person has been hurt. So now it makes sense. And if it's not them, then it's you. One or the other. One or the other. If it's not them, then it's you. Okay, I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking for a job, focus on career. Feel like that's my energy, but I don't know. Well, what's your sign? What are you? Are you what zodiac sign are you? We have the star. We have Aquarius at the bottom of the deck, which is healing. Someone trying to heal. We got 4 swords and we got the star. So this is the minor arcana version of this card right here. Whoever this person is, this isn't you. It's either you or him. But whatever this is, somebody's going through a transition and there was a loss. Somebody got hurt. 3 of Swords. That's why the 9 of Wands is here. They've been through a lot of shit. They got hurt before. There could have been a betrayal in the past. We got the 2 of Wands. Maybe they got lied to, cheated on before. Okay, so you're the Leo. All right, so then there you are. So this is you. This is you, the strength. This is you, the sun. All right, that puts a lot of things into perspective. So he's the King of Swords then. Why is transition here? Hold on. Yeah, no, we're going to use the same deck. Yeah, I remember the cards. Why is transition here then? So now we got that part figured out. The transition is basically essentially the advice information for you. Or maybe for him, I don't know. Why is transition here? Who is the transition applying to? I'm feeling it's probably you because you're the one who's getting the reading. But I'm not gonna bank on that assumption. 4 of Swords again. Yeah, 9 of Wands. Okay, so yeah. Okay, this makes total sense. Can you give me one more? Can you give me clarity that I'm right on this, please? Confirmation for me that this is for MV. Of course, I can win on the floor again. Okay, gonna have to ask again. Sometimes my guides are a pain in my ass. Every day I'm shuffling. All right. Well, okay. That one came out in reverse. King of Wands in reverse. Oh, God, come on, man. Give me one more. You ain't wanting to say nothing. Three of Wands. Nine of Wands. Same thing. Okay. All right. Spirit has spoken. Spirit has spoken. And it ain't gonna say nothing else. No matter how many times I ask it, no matter how many different ways I ask it, it's like, nope. I said what I said, and that's what I said. Okay. Okay, then. Okay, I got it. This person is not for you. This is not your person. You are not aligned with this person. You've been through a lot of shit. Nine of Wands, loss, hurt, betrayal. Spirit is saying you need to heal. You're in a period of transition right now. This other person is, besides the fact that they're just not the one for you. Actually, hold on. I realize got some problems over here. All the damn cards are not. I ain't paying attention to it. I'm going to pay attention to what the hell I'm doing. All right. I got the cards on the table. All right. This one was in reverse, by the way. Not that it matters. This person is not for you. This person is focused on money, success, pinnacles, career, other shit. Really what Spirit, and this is why I kept shuffling the cards and I kept trying to get more information, because sometimes I don't like the answers that I'm given to tell people, because I know what it's like to be in that person's shoes. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, if I say this, they're going to be thinking this, right? Like I'm putting myself in your shoes and trying to think, okay, well, this is what the answer was. So my next question would probably be that. And then they're probably going to want to know what that. They're probably going to think this, and they're probably going to know that. Like, you know, because I'm human too. And so all the extra shuffling that I was doing was trying to basically get Spirit to give me further insights to either, okay, do you have more to say about this, or is there something beyond this? What's, you know, like where's the substance of this message here beyond just, okay, no, he's not in, you know, this person isn't for you. Like that's the answer. The answer, clear and simple, is no, you're not aligned with this person. This person is not for you. The answer is no. But that's not how I read. That's not how I work. I don't just go, okay, sure, great. But like, what else do I need to know, right? Like, that's how I am. So that's kind of what's going on in my mind when I'm pulling all these extra cards. So I'm just letting you guys in on my thought process, okay? And so Spirit's like, well, this is what I will tell you. She's been hurt. She needs to heal. And when she heals, she's going to find the love of her life. We have the Nine of Wands, the Four of Swords, and the Ten of Cups. That's the process. That's why the transition card is up here for you. The transition is you need to go through a process of healing what's hurt you so that you can attract the thing that's meant for you. Right now, you're finding yourself in superficial, attracted to superficial connections with the Three of Pentacles. The Three of Pentacles is practical. It's not the Three of Swords. It's not the Three of Cups. It's not the Three of Wands. It's superficial, surface level, very basic, very practical. It's just, you know, this is like, you know, the relationship you have with the person at the grocery store that's checking you out. Hey, how are you today? Doing great. Did you find everything you need today? I did. I didn't. Cool. Great. Awesome. Blah, blah, blah. You know, is there anything else that we can help with? No, it was great. Thank you so much. Okay, have a great day. That's Three of Pentacles. Business, right? Just casual. Hey, how are you? Very superficial. Superficial connections. The Six of Wands is here. Don't shoot the messenger. Do not shoot the messenger. I'm here to be the messenger. I'm here to empower you. I'm here to help you. The Six of Wands is essentially you're looking outside of yourself for somebody who is going to make you feel good about who you are, basically. The need for attention, basically. You're attracting superficial people because of the Six of Wands. The Six of Wands is somebody who likes to have a lot of attention, right? You need significance. There's 6 human needs that we all have. Every single human being has 6 needs we all have to meet. They're needs. They're not wants, they're needs. There's certainty, there's uncertainty, there's significance, there's connection and love, there's growth, and there's contribution. Those are the 6. Every human being values their needs differently. The arrangement of those needs and how we prioritize those needs matter. It's like a phone number. You can have the same numbers as somebody else, but when you rearrange those numbers, you call an entirely different location in the world, right? It's the same numbers, but you rearrange the numbers and it takes you to a totally different place. You call a totally different place. So some people, most people, their top 2 needs, again, and this is just in my experience, most people's number 1 need is either certainty or significance. And if their number 1 is significance, then their second one is certainty. And these are people who've been through a lot of trauma and pain, by the way. I forgot that part. The more shit that you've been through, the more this is true for you. The second group of people, their number 1 need is certainty. Their second need is significance, right? Because those are the 2 greatest fears that all human beings have. The number 1 fear is the fear that I'm not good enough. The number 2 fear is, as a result, that I won't be loved or that I'll lose the love that I have, which is a certainty issue. Significance and certainty. I call it certainty sickness and significance sickness. I wrote about it and whatever. That's irrelevant. So the Six of Wands tells me that you don't feel good about who you are because of the shit that you've been through. And so essentially you attract, or you are attracted to, or both. It's probably both. Certain times you're attracted to people. You're attracted to them and they're superficial. And then sometimes people are attracted to you, but for superficial reasons. And so this is why you end up getting hurt, because you keep attracting people into your life that are this Page of Wands, which I said came out in reverse. First of all, it's already a page. It's already immature. It's already, it's like a little child, And if you're a child, if you're 10 years old, then the Page of Wands is okay. That's acceptable. Like, he wants to go out and he wants to pretend that he's fighting, he's playing Star Wars on the swing set, on the monkey bars with this toy lightsaber, and he's 10 years old. Right? That's acceptable for a 10-year-old, but that's not acceptable for an adult, right? Or a teenager or a young adult. It doesn't matter. Like, once you're older than 10 years old, the Page of Wands energy is not like you should be, at the maturity of your age, right? So this is in reverse. And so the reason I'm saying this is I'm not saying that you're that, by the way. I'm saying that this card came out in reverse. The Page of Wands in reverse is not only upright when it's in its quote unquote good energy, it's already a young, immature energy. It's an adolescent energy. It hasn't had a bunch of experience. It hasn't grown. It hasn't matured, right? And that's not a bad thing. That's not a stipulation. I'm not attacking that, right? Just like I wouldn't attack a child and say, you're 10 years old and you don't act like a 50-year-old adult yet. It's like, no shit. He's fucking 10 years old. He's acting at the level of experience of life that would be expected of a kid of that age. However, sometimes we don't evolve beyond that level of maturity in certain parts of our lives. And so we have the Lover's card, we have the Page of Wands in reverse. I left it upright. And we have the Three of Wands. So what this tells me is that you've attracted a lot of immature energies, because the Page of Wands in reverse is super immature. Super immature. Like upright, again, is expected. I expect you to act at this level of consciousness, this level of maturity. It's expected. I don't have judgments about it. Like, you're a 10-year-old, you're acting like a 10-year-old. Cool. But the Page of Wands in reverse is like, you're 10 years old, but you're acting like a 3-year-old, right? It's that kind of thing. It's very, very, very superficial, immature energy. And the Lover's energy here is drawing on two things. One, it's drawing on your desire for connection and relationships and partnerships, which is why it's a major arcana. So it's pulling that energy from you, saying, hey, you know, this is very important to you. This is a very important desire that you've had in your life. It's a need that you have that's gone unmet. Hence the Nine of Wands twice here. You've been very hurt when it comes to love and relationships. However, the Page of Wands in reverse with the Three of Wands is a highly immature energy that is very unfocused, because the Three of Wands is not only is the grass greener, is a fear of missing out center, but it's somebody who's always looking out for the next thing. Like, it doesn't matter. You can come to this person and you can give. It doesn't matter what's placed in front of this person. You come up to them and say, hey, here, I got that thing you want. Oh, okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, yeah, but this person wants to talk to you. Okay, yeah, whatever. Like, this person is constantly out daydreaming, fantasizing about anything and everything but what's in front of them, right? So these three cards are telling me are tied to the Six of Wands, which tells me that essentially that's the type of relationships that you've been attracted. You're attracted to superficial people who have nothing to offer you, or they've been attracted to you, and as a result, you know, you end up in these relationships that inevitably hurt you. You've gone through a lot of loss, and it's left you here in the Nine of Swords. When it comes to love and relationships, here you are, Nine of Swords. It's worse than the Eight of Swords. Eight of Swords, victim mentality, woe is me. Nine of Swords is worse than that. Nine of Swords is like, it's as bad as it gets before you have a fucking meltdown. Like, before you have a dark night of the soul, the Nine of Swords is one step before you have a dark night of the soul over this. Seven of Cups at the bottom of the deck. You know, this card basically represents all the experiences you've had up until this point. This person, that person, this person, that person. But it's also representing the confusion that you're experiencing as a result of the continual result, I should say, that you keep experiencing in your love life. Consistent confusion. Consistent confusion. There's no consistency. There's no, it rarely pans out the way that you expect it to pan out. Things rarely go the way that you think they're going to go. Or there's always this weird opposites effect where it's like, you like them, they don't like you. You don't like them, then they like you. And you're like, well, that's dumb because I don't like them back, right? There's, again, the not aligned energy. There's just like, no matter where, it's like when you're playing Tetris, like, you remember the game Tetris, the pieces are coming down, you have to like place them. It's like, no matter how hard you try to play the Tetris game, that fucking piece will not go in the place that it appears to go. It's like, okay, no, this piece clearly can fit in this slot. You see it on the screen, the Tetris screen, you're playing it. Like, this piece goes down here, and then the minute it gets there, it's like the whole thing switches. It's like, the whole screen changes. And you're like, what the hell just happened? Like, that, the whole thing just changed on me. Like, that piece was about to go where it needed to go, and the whole screen just changed. Now that piece is completely out of whack. And you're like, okay, that's really weird. So the next piece comes down. You're like, all right, well, I'm going to move this piece over here. This piece needs to go here. And the whole screen does it again. Like, bloop. And now you're like, what the hell? That piece is now where it doesn't belong. And so you're in this place where you're confused when it comes to love. It's like, no matter how I move the pieces around, no matter what I do, no matter how I try, no matter this, no matter that, I end up hurt. I end up, whatever that is for you. Hurt, loss, betrayal, dishonesty. I'm not prioritized. My needs aren't met. whatever it is, you end up in the Nine of Swords. You've ended up here as a result of these past experiences you've had. Underneath, this is the good news. Okay, so I'm already telling you things you already know at this point, right? It's like, okay, Eddie, got it. Tell me something I don't know. Great. Underneath the Seven of Cups, which also represents choice, your decision, your choice, the clarity of the choices that you have to make, which again is why I had us all, which is why I had everyone do the exercise at the beginning of this reading, was to help people really identify a situation just like the one that you're having right here in front of us. This is a great example of why I went on my big, long spiel at the very beginning of this reading about doing getting the 7 level answer, about getting clarity. This is why. Because if we don't have that level of clarity, then you're gonna repeat this whole situation. It's gonna be a repeating cycle. You don't get to the 9 of Wands because of 1 breakup, 2 breakups, even 3 breakups. You don't end up in the 9 of Wands energy, and you've got 3 9s on the deck. You got the 9 of Swords, the 9 of Wands, and the 9 of Wands. Just saying. You don't end up there because 1, 2, 3 breakups or failed relationships. This is a continual cycle of shit that you've gone through again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And Spirit's like, do you want to break the cycle? Do you want to get out of the 7 of Cups confusion so that you can get the Ace of Cups love that leads you to the 10 of Cups happily ever after? Because this is the beauty. This is the silver lining in your reading right here. You have new love. And the Ace of Cups comes from who? Comes from source. The actual artwork of this card is the hand, this cup coming out of the cloud down here. Down here. On this card, the artwork is down here. This hand is coming out of the cloud. Coming out of the divine. The divine is bringing you, providing for you, the object of your desire. It is the divine who's bringing this to you. You're not creating this. This is not you. You're not the one creating this and providing this. This isn't your hand. This is the divine's hand. However, the divine gives you based on this, your choice. The divine goes, oh, I mean, it's not what I would choose for me if I were her, but, they want more bullshit. They want more superficial. They want more heartache. They want more lies, betrayal. They want more of this, more of that. And I know what you're thinking. You're going, no, but that's not true. I don't want that. I don't want to be. I want love. I want commitment. I want the 10 of Cups. I don't want to be hurt. Yeah, like logically, from your ego, you're right. Logically, that's insanity. No person is going to logically look at you in the eyes and go, I want somebody who's going to betray me, lie to me, not love me, treat me like shit, and that's what I want. No one's going to say that, right? But we don't attract what we want logically. We attract what we are energetically. You attract based on who you are, not what you think. You attract based on who you are, not what you think. That doesn't mean when I say who you are, I'm not saying you're a bad person. People jump all over my ass for saying this. I'm nothing like those people. I'm not a narcissist. I don't abuse. I wouldn't rape somebody. I wouldn't hurt somebody. I didn't do any of those things. Wait. Time out. Behavior is a symptom. Okay, let me say that again. Behavior is a symptom. How you behave as a result of who you are will change from person to person, right? Like, just hurt people, hurting people a hurt person doesn't hurt another person the same way as another hurt person hurts another person. Hurt and pain show up in all different shapes and forms. Like, I don't have to punch you in the face to hurt you. I can ignore you. You could be in a relationship with me and I could just completely ignore you. I could neglect you. I could just pretend like you don't exist. That's going to hurt you. I don't have to be violent. I don't have to raise my voice. I don't have to call you bad names. I don't have to push you, touch you. I don't have to do anything to you, right? So when I say you attract based on who you are and people get upset with me, I'm not saying that you do the same things that they did to you. I'm not saying that your behavior is the same. I'm saying that the problem, the inner problem that creates the behavior, because the behavior is the symptom, it's not the cause, right? That part is the same. The same fear that causes somebody to go out and rape, kill, and murder somebody is the same fear that causes somebody to shut down, go inside, and escape society, or get lost in alcohol, or get lost in drugs. Like, pain is pain. Fear is fear. Your response to fear and pain is different from person to person. So I just want to be clear on that, because I don't want, I don't need the people jump at me when I say this. You attract who you are, not what you want, not what you think you want. And you're like, but I'm nothing like those people. That's ridiculous. I didn't say that you do the things that those people did. I'm saying that the same energy that causes them to behave that way is the same energy that you're in. If you're in fear, if you're in 9 of Wands, they're a 9 of Wands. That's why you're attracted to them. Their 9 of Wands fear is attracted to your 9 of Wands fear. How you guys get along out here in the 3D is totally different. Maybe they curse at you. Maybe they punch you. Maybe they throw a fit. Maybe they break shit. And maybe you're the opposite. Maybe you completely avoid. You shut down. You run away. You hide. Fight, flight, or freeze. Those are the 3 self-preservation mechanisms, right? You do one of those. Fight, flight, or freeze. You have you're predisposed. We're all predisposed to fight, flight, or freeze, right? So that's what's going on here. You've been hurt. You've been wounded. You're not aligned with this person. Long story short, all of that to say, this person, you're not aligned to this person. This isn't your person. You do have a person. The silver lining is the bright future you have. 10 of Cups. There's a bright future for you, but there's a big but. The big but for you getting to the 10 of Cups is for you healing all of this. You have to heal. The 4 of Swords is you healing. We had the Star earlier at the bottom of the deck, which is Major Arcana. Same energy, just Major Arcana, not Minor Arcana. You have to heal from the things that have hurt you. You have to clean up your energy. You have to take care of the things that have harmed you and get to a different vibrational place so that you stop attracting more of the things that keep hurting you. And here's another big fallacy and another big lie, okay? And this is another freebie that I'll give all of you. People say time heals all wounds. That's the biggest crock of bullshit you'll ever fucking hear. Time does not heal anything except for cuts. You have a cut on your body and you put a Band-Aid on it. Yes, time will heal a physical wound. Time does not heal emotional wounds. It doesn't. The reason that we believe that time heals emotional wounds is because the further we go from the point of pain or the moment of the infraction, the further away that we move from that, the less intense we feel it, because there's, it's not as fresh anymore, right? It's like we're not experiencing it like it was just yesterday. So over a period of time, the intensity of the experience feels less than it felt the day after, and then 48 hours later, and then 72 hours later, right? The further away from the moment of infraction we go, the more time our nervous system has to regulate. And then when our nervous system calms down, we think, okay, I feel okay. I feel good. I feel good to go. But wait, you're not necessarily good to go. Your nervous system is good to go, but you have stored trauma in your body. The thing that happened back here is still stored inside of you, which is why the minute anything that looks or feels familiar or similar to that thing that hurt you, it's going to bring up a traumatic response inside of you. even if the experience that you're having isn't exactly the same, right? You're with a completely innocent person, right? You let's say you meet a good guy. This guy is a good guy. He loves you. He cares about you. He actually is a good dude, but he's not perfect, right? He's not perfect. But he does this little thing, or he said this little thing, or he said it in such a tone, or his body language is a certain way, or you got into an argument over a certain subject, and it triggers your nervous system from a past thing. Your nervous system goes into red alert, goes into DEFCON 5, and your nervous system goes, he's one of them. He's one of those people. Run, run. He's going to do the same thing that other person did to us. Your nervous system goes into self-preservation, goes into panic mode, and you start reliving the traumatic experience that happened 10 years ago. It's like, well, if time healed all wounds, you wouldn't be reliving that traumatic experience that happened to you 10 years ago, would you? You would be perfectly fine. But that's not how it works. Time does not heal all wounds. That's bullshit. Anybody that tells you that time heals all wounds doesn't have a fucking clue about how actual healing really works. So anyways, the advice for you, MV, is this. Spirit can bring you love, but it's up to you what type of love you get. Ask and you will receive. Well, the asking isn't intellectual asking, it's energetic asking. You receive based on the energy that you are. And so until you heal, you're going to keep getting these Three of Pentacles, surface level, Page of Wands in reverse type of relationship. You're going to keep attracting similar, it's going to be a new person, a new guy, a new person, whatever. Same outcome. New person, same outcome. New person, same outcome. New person, same outcome. Doesn't matter. New person, same outcome. Until you change, which is why the transition energy is here. The transition is saying, as you raise, and because this is a staircase going up into the light. So it's saying as you level up, as you transcend, as you raise your vibration, as you heal from these things in your past, then the confusion that's been surrounding you when it comes to love will dissipate. The clouds will dissipate. The fog will dissipate, and you will see clearly. Why? First of all, what's creating the fog? What's creating the confusion? The pain. The Nine of Wands, the pain that you've experienced, the loss that you've experienced is clouding your judgment because you're in self-preservation. Your brain is doing what it's supposed to do. Your brain is releasing survival chemicals to protect you. That's what your brain does. Your brain is literally hijacking your awareness, confusing you. And so your brain's trying to keep you safe. Well, when you heal, your brain's not going to do that anymore. And so then you're going to have clarity. You're going to be crystal clear on what you want, what you don't want. You're going to be in a good place and a good energy. And this new love is going to come right in. And this new love is going to lead right here to this 10 of Cups. You're happily ever after. So the answer to you getting what you want, again, because I really, really, really prefer not to just give cheesy fucking cliche tarot readings here. Like I could answer your question in 2 seconds. Is this person right for you? No. Okay, have a nice day. There's your question. I answered your question. This person isn't aligned for you. Bye. Like, well, that's great. That's not very helpful. I feel like shit. Where's the positive outcome in that, right? There is none. That's why I hate doing readings like that. That's why I do readings like this. Because there needs to be an empowering alternative. There needs to be an empowering decision. There needs to be something that you can turn to that empowers you to get what you want. Because that's what Spirit wants for all of us. Spirit wants us to go, hey, I know that you're in this Nine of Wands pain. I know you're not getting what you want out of your love life. But so let me help you troubleshoot this. Let me help you troubleshoot this so you can make the adjustments within your life, because I'm not going to violate your free will. You have free will. You have decision and choices, 7 of Cups energy, to do whatever you want. But if you want the Ten of Cups, if you want your happily ever after, if you want your soulmate, your twin flame, or whatever it is you're looking for, I want to help you have it. I want to help you find it. So I'm going to, brain dump all this information into this crazy motherfucker, which is me. Hi, I'm the crazy motherfucker. And he's going to tell you all this shit out here through these cards and what I tell him to tell you. And if you go do it, you go heal yourself, and you take the time, stop focusing on the thing that you don't have, because you're just going to keep going and going. It's like, time out. Let's put love on the back burner for 2 seconds. And a lot of people don't do that because it's like, it hurts. I'm lonely. I want it now. I'm one of them. Trust me. I've been here. I've done this. I'm guilty. Spirit's saying, heal first. Please heal first. Take the time to heal. And when you heal, you're going to get clarity. And when you get clarity, you're going to step into power. And when you step into power, you're going to get the love that leads to the lifetime. You're going to find it's going to, the quickness, the fastness, the instantaneousness, that's a word, of how fast this new person is going to come in is going to blow your mind. And I also want to say this. You don't have to be completely healed this isn't about perfection. Okay. This is a huge disclaimer, and I need all of you to hear me. You don't have to be perfectly healed to attract a new love. You just have to be on the path. You just have to be committed to the decision. You just have to be able to recognize the difference between the energy and the vibration that you're in. You need to have a level of self-awareness and go, I get it now. This energy over here, it feels like this, it behaves like this, and it creates this. This energy, I'm fully aware of what this energy is like now. This energy that I'm moving into now, this transition, is totally different, and I feel the difference. I feel it in my mind, I feel it in my heart, I feel it in my body, I feel it in my spirit. There's an energetic difference in me moving into this energy versus this energy that I was in over here. It's a black and white difference. And it's very, very prominent. It's like you can't fuck it up. It's not like you're going to have to sit there and go, I don't know, am I still in the old energy? Am I in the new energy? You'll know. It'll be very, very, crystal clear that you're in a newer energy versus the old energy. And as long as you're moving into that new energy, that you're attracting new things. The minute that you cross the threshold of that old energy into new energy, you just stepped into a whole new opportunity of manifestation or attraction. When you go higher than that, it's a whole new. Every time you cross the next line, it's like if you're playing a piano, right? There's only so many keys, so many notes on a piano, right? If you go all the way down to the bass notes, the lowest notes, it's like, all right, let's pretend that's low vibrational. All right, well, you play the same notes up, keep going, you cross over until you're still playing the same notes, but now it's at a different octave. Is a different, it sounds, the sound, the frequency that you hear with your ears is increasing. It's going higher, even though that's the same notes that you were playing, right? You keep going up, keep playing, going over to the other side of the piano, and the notes go higher. The pitch of the note, the sound, the pitch of the note goes higher, higher, higher. It's the same notes. There's only so many notes on the keyboard, but it keeps going higher, 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 higher. Right? And every time you cross that threshold and you step into the new bracket of that same series of notes, that's a whole new world of manifestation. New relationships, new jobs, new wealth, new health. It's a whole different energy. It's a whole different vibration. Okay? So I just want to be clear on that. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be healed 100%. You don't have to spend 10 years, 20 years in therapy and this and that and all these things and all that kind of shit. That'll stress you out. That'll make it worse because now you're like, oh my God, I spend my whole life in like therapy fixing all this shit that's been done to me. I'll never find love. Let's spend the next 20 years of my life trying to heal and fix myself. That's not true. Okay? So I just want to be clear on that, but saying that. All you have to do is just start the ball rolling. Snowball effect. Just start working on your healing. It's about progress, not perfection. And you're going to be surprised how things change for you. Hopefully that makes sense. Looking at the chat. You guys are like, okay, if you say so. If you say so. Nah, I'm just some random dude on the internet. I'm just some random stranger guy on the internet. I wouldn't listen to anything that comes out of my mouth. I'm just some random old dude on the internet just giving out some old TikTok advice, out here, one of them TikTok internet celebrities. Except for I don't have a million followers. Thailand donated. Thanks, Thailand. Thank you for donating. I await your question. Just like I await my millions of TikTok followers that I don't have, because I don't even have a TikTok. But if I did, maybe one or two of you guys would come hang out with me on TikTok. Maybe not. Probably not. This guy talks too much. He talks too much to be on TikTok. Yes, so I want to also say thank you for everybody who's stuck around so far, hanging out. Please like, share, and subscribe, all the things. And hope you guys are enjoying a drink or two. And maybe, if you're lucky, maybe even enjoying some shrooms. Those are homegrown. These are grown just this week, right behind me. The shrooms. I highly recommend. My question is for my love life. After 20 years, am I supposed to be where I am today? Am I supposed to be where I am? So I think I get the question. All right, how do I want to say this? All right, so before I do the reading to the part of the question, I want to address something that I'm picking up in the thought process behind the question. Because here's the thing. We all have, obviously, conscious and unconscious beliefs, but we also have conscious and unconscious expectations. Conscious and unconscious expectations that we put on life, that we feel are put on us. But the worst ones are the expectations we place on ourselves, right? You're so welcome, Envy. I appreciate you. The tarot lesbian is at it again. She is a tarot lesbian. I just want to acknowledge the tarot lesbian. I see you out there, tarot lesbian. Yeah, some people just need a little acknowledgement in life. Anyways, I apologize. Thailand. So here's the thing. I have a question for you. And it's not a question that you have to answer out loud to me, but it's just like a question, like something I want you to ponder. I'm gonna do your reading, but while I do your reading, I kind of want you to be pondering this. Like I want you to kind of camp out with this question and let it just kind of just sit with it. What would life be like without the expectations? What if whatever the expectations were, whatever they could have been, whatever they're not, whatever the disappointments were, whatever didn't unfold, whatever didn't happen, whatever parts of your life haven't unfolded or transpired or manifested or, evolved into what you thought they would be. In other words, this is where I would be at this stage of my life. I didn't think this is where I would be. I didn't envision my life being this way. This is not where I wanted to be. This isn't how I envisioned it, right? I can say for myself, I'm going to be 43 on the 7th. So, by the way, happy Virgo season to everybody. It's the 22nd, so we're officially in Virgo season. So 2 weeks from Saturday is September 7th, maybe my birthday. 2 weeks from now. At 43 years old, after a 10-year marriage, I was married 10 years, together 11 with my ex-wife, who left me for my best friend of 17 years. Fun story. I've been single as long as I was married. I've been single as long as I've been married now. So I was together totally with my ex-wife for 11 years. I've been single 11 years. It doesn't mean I haven't dated. It doesn't mean I haven't had, like, the longest relationship I've had in the last 11 years was actually maybe a little over a year. So, I've dated, but I haven't, I just never found that person. And my life post-divorce has looked nothing like the life that I envisioned before my divorce was imminent. So my whole life has just been a set of unfolding events. At least this last 11 years of my life have been this unfolding set of events of what the fuck. Literally, like, what the fuck. I've probably become 10 or 11 different versions of who I am. God knows I've changed so many different things about who I am, where I was living, just everything changing. And the minute that I think that I've got, like, okay, maybe we're done with some changes for a while, like, nah, nothing to change again. And still in this place where it's like, I feel like at 43, my life is just beginning. That's the point I'm really trying to make. I'm only 43 years old, and I feel like my life is just now beginning. Like, I don't even, like, I know that I lived these other 43 years before, but I don't, it doesn't feel like a reality to me. It doesn't, it feels like a past life. Like, I just, like, okay, yeah, I mean, I had a childhood somewhere back there, but it just doesn't even seem like it was real anymore. So many things have changed. It's so dramatically in my life. It's like, I feel like I just incarnated right here, right now, as a 43-year-old man, almost 43-year-old man. Like, and whatever I remember in my past was a totally different life. That's how black and white it feels to me. And it's hard because there's a lot of stipulations on a 43-year-old person. at least, again, the expectation that I put on myself based on how I compare myself to everybody else that I grew up with, everyone else I know, and society and all the bullshit. You know, it's like everybody, sometimes I catch myself. It's like everybody's out here, you know, they got the thing and they got this, they got that, and their life looks like this and all these things. And I'm over here and I'm not in that place. What's wrong with me? You know, but then I catch myself and it's like, well, yeah, you're here because you need to be here because of the things that you're meant to do that aren't on the same timeline as the way that those people are, right? Like some, you know, just because people who are married and have remained married for 20 years, the people that you know that are still married, just because they haven't got a divorce yet doesn't mean that they're not going to. You know, it's like their tragedy, certain people's tragedies and major life events happen at a different time in their life. You know, you may grow old and die when you're 100 years old. Somebody else, they get cancer and they're 70 years old, you know, and then they die at 70, right? We don't get to choose how a lot of these things unfold, right? So it's kind of silly to put expectations on a reality that we're meant to create, right? Like we're meant to just create the reality that we desire and not judge the reality that we're evolving from, if that makes sense. And I feel that so many of us, that's what we do. We place all this judgment, criticism, and critique and all this shit on, you know, everything else, comparison, all these things, instead of realizing it's like, well, it's silly because there is really no comparison. There are things that just because these things haven't happened for this person yet doesn't mean that it's not going to happen to them later on. You crossed that hurdle way back there. You had to go through that thing way back there. They're going to have to go through it a few years from now. So that struggle that you went through way back then is the struggle that they're going to have to face later on, right? Like sometimes that's just how it happens. Not that it matters, because what we should be focused on, let me say it like this. The only expectation that we should have about where we need to be in life, again, where we need to be, you know, compared to what, compared to who, is your ability to wake up and make a conscious, aware choice about what you can do right now. Because tomorrow's gone and yesterday's gone and tomorrow is not here yet. So living in the past is stupid. Living in the future is dumb as well. The only expectation that we should have is I have an expectation within myself to create a reality that is in the highest level of alignment with what I desire, what's fulfilling for me. That's the only expectation that we should have. Anything else beyond that is bullshit. Anything else beyond that is a waste of your time and your energy, which are the two most precious resources that you have that you can't recreate. When tomorrow's gone, you're not getting it back, and we only have a limited amount of energy that we get in a 24-hour day. You got to use your energy, and then you got to, eventually get tired and you got to go to sleep. You wake up tomorrow, you get some of that energy back. Time and energy are the two most precious resources that we can't recreate. We can't renew, right? So the expectation of your reality should just be the expectation of what can I do today, right here, right now, to align myself to the things that I want, that I desire. That's it, right? To me, that is the most effective and responsible way to utilize the two most valuable resources that we have. Because anything else and everything else is just bullshit, right? It's just giving our time and resources away to shit that doesn't matter. So there's that. All right, but let's take a look at your actual question now. Your love life. Let me check. Life has been nothing but changes. I moved across country. You're like the second or third person who's like moved across the country. And I have a best friend who just moved across the country as well. It's like everybody's moving. Everybody's moving across the country. That's like the hot thing to do right now. Move across the country. I tried that once. And I might try it again one day. Anyway, I am more myself now, but different as well. I don't hate who I have become, but in the past few years, things have been so traumatic. Becoming a caregiver is one of the hardest things I've done. Okay, so you're caregiver. So who are you taking care of? Are you taking care of a like family member, a child? There's a very important piece of this puzzle that I can sense in your energy right now. I sense your energy, Carolyn. There's I feel the stuck. I feel the stuck energy, but I don't know what it is. I feel it though. And I think we can get it unstuck, which is why I'm bringing this up. But I also understand that you're on the internet talking to a stranger, and so this could be very personal information for you. All right, how do I want to do this? All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to just look at what you need to surrender the most. Like, what would be the game-changing thing? Whoa, all right. Well, playing hot potato with that. What would be the game-changing thing for you to unstick the stuck piece of whatever it is that I'm feeling in your energy? And then I'm going to look at the surrounding energy around you. And then I'm going to look at the advice. I mean, this is already technically advice, because it's telling you what you need to surrender, but in addition to it. Okay. Yeah. So the first three cards we have is Surrender to Prayer. Okay. So Surrender to Prayer. Now this could be a lot of different things. Like, I'll read the card as well. Give yourself over completely to prayer. When you pray from your heart, you will be heard throughout the universe, and answers and support will arrive. So if you come from a traditional prayer background, maybe that resonates with you. For me, I do come from a traditional, I grew up very Christian, and I don't have a problem with that, even though my beliefs have changed quite a bit, substantially changed from my very Christian upbringing. But I don't believe the major change, how I view prayer, is I don't believe in an external deity. I don't believe that there is a force outside of me that I have to convince to have compassion on my reality, because that just doesn't make sense, right? Like, if it's, in other words, like if I had to get God's attention or convince God to care about, somebody who was sick, somebody that needed something, or somebody who was hurting, like if I have to convince God through my prayers to pay attention to suffering or to have compassion, then that means that I have more compassion than God does. And that would be impossible, because if God is love, and God is the infinite source of love and infinite source and perfect in everything, then it would be impossible for me to have more compassion in me and more awareness in me than God, right? And so when I was going through my deconstruction of my religious beliefs, and I connected to what I believe God, the universe, source, the infinite intelligence really is, I realized that whatever that is, that intelligence, the infiniteness of whatever that is me. It's inside of me. It makes me up. It makes all this stuff up. It makes you up. It makes everything up. Right? And so what I realized is we are all the magician card in tarot. We are all the creators, co-creators, participators, co-creating with the laws that make up this world, this universe. There are spiritual laws, there are boundaries that make the sandbox that we get to play in. We can't just do anything, right? Like I can't do anything I want. It's not like a video game where you turn on God mode and you can just run around and do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't work that way. There's laws that affect me, like gravity. You know, gravity is neutral. Gravity doesn't come after me and hurt me. But if I don't respect gravity and I do something stupid and I fall out of it, you know, I hurt myself, then, you know, did gravity hurt me, or did my, you know, misunderstanding of the law of gravity hurt me, right? So there are rules, there's laws that exist, but for the most part, the power has been given to me. It's within me to participate and co-create that reality. And so that doesn't mean, though, that infinite intelligence doesn't participate with me or communicate with me still as a separate type of energy, because it does. That's where a lot of this shit comes from. Like, if I was sitting down with somebody having coffee, a lot of the stuff that comes out of my mouth in these readings would not come out in a normal conversation in an everyday, you know, scenario. It just wouldn't. A lot of the things, when it comes out, it just comes out. It's like, and I couldn't go back. I couldn't repeat a lot of this stuff. You know, it just comes through. So there is that element of that. We are that thing, and that thing is here with us, but it can still interact with us as a separate energy or as a separate intelligence, you know. But it's not external from us. Right? It's not, we don't have to cry out to it. We don't have to plead with it and beg for it. Right? So when I see this surrender, and there's a reason I shared all this with you, by the way, right? The reason I feel that this surrender to prayer energy here has a lot to do with where you are in your faith. Now, there's another word that could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So I want to clarify what I mean by that. This card is saying, what I mean when I say where are you in your faith is, where are you with your belief and your relationship with that force? Are you angry at it? Do you feel it's betrayed you? Do you feel like it even gives a shit about your situation? Do you feel like it's friendly? Or do you feel like it's fearful? Do you feel like it's kind of indifferent? You know, like it's just like, I don't really care. I've got better things to do. You're insignificant to me. Like that, the relationship that you have, the conscious relationship that you have with that force, whatever it is that you call the infinite, you call God, that you call the divine, that's what this card was speaking to. It's not surrender to prayer in terms of like, oh, okay, I just need to pray more and all that. It's like, you can pray and pray and pray and pray all you want, and it's not going to change anything, going to do anything, right? What will change everything is the relationship that you have with that force. I'll give you an example. I'm getting chills. I'm being guided to give you a personal example from my own life. When my ex-wife left me for my best friend of 17 years, I went through a 9-month period of hell. I actually tried to kill myself one night, tried to blow my brains out. I wrote 2 suicide letters, one to my ex-wife, one to my parents, stuck a loaded gun to my head. I had about 50 dark voices screaming at me to kill myself. And I wanted to. I lost 30 pounds in 30 days. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I was going to work. basically having to go to work and try to function, talking to people on the phone, doing tech support. And, you know, and my mind is just like, I can't even focus. I wasn't getting sleep. I couldn't think. I was in self-preservation. You know, my whole world had been turned upside down. She took everything when she left, but the kitchen, but the kitchen table and our bed. My whole house, she took everything. Everything that we owned, she took it. Gone. I came home from work one day, my whole house was empty. I had a kitchen table and I had the bed. That was it. She took literally everything. She took the dogs, you know, which were like my kids, like the 2 dogs that we had together. I didn't have any children with her. I still don't have any kids, but those 2 animals were like my children. I love those dogs. And so I was in the darkest place I had ever been in my life, when she left. And one night I just had a breaking point, and it was like, I had prayed all I could pray. And I had prayed and I had begged and I had pleaded, you know, to God, the Christian God that I was praying to bring her back, to change this and all these other things, right? Every spiritual, magical prayer that I had been taught as a Christian, all the Bible verses, all the things that you know, I had raised my whole life believing as the poster child Christian. You know, believing that there was this sky daddy God out there who, you know, was just, he loved me so much that he gave his only begotten son, yada, yada, yada. And you know, it's like, well, I was the good one. Like, I didn't cheat on her. You know, I wasn't perfect, but like, I went to church every Sunday, you know, gave my 10%. You know, I did all the things. Why is this happening to me? And so then I reached my breaking point, and you know, part of I had this outburst where I snapped, and I got viciously angry at the God that I believed in, and I had. What triggered this whole event was one of the last times I ever saw my ex-wife was in person. And it was so weird because I had been married to her, you know, I had been with her for 11 years. And I'm looking at her, and it's like, you know, here's the woman, the body of the woman that I once knew. But the person that was inside of her talking to me was a complete stranger. Like if I was she was talking to me like I was, you know, somebody she'd never met before. Like if I was burning on the side of the road, she wouldn't pissed on me to put me out, right? Like, and she said some really not nice things. And so I got into my car, and I was already dangling, my hope was dangling on a thread. So I got in my car, and it was like everything just snapped, and I became enraged. I was still wearing my wedding ring. I got home. I took my wedding ring off, got to my empty house, chucked my ring across the house. I went in my room and I got my Bible and I slam dunked it in the trash can, and I just cursed God up one side and down the other. I invented curse words even. I said the most wretched, vile, nastiest, ugliest things. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I was enraged. I was furious. And there was this part of me that kind of wanted that like Old Testament, like, don't fuck with God, like, you know, like there's that verse in the Bible that says don't test God and all this, like I wanted it. It's like I want whatever that God is up there who's supposed to be like, you know, you don't disrespect him or he'll strike you down kind of thing. Like I wanted that. Like, where's the Old Testament God who's going to strike my ass down, take me out, smash me, crush me, zap me, put me out of my fucking misery? And since you haven't done so yet, let me antagonize you. Let me curse you. Let me do whatever I can to try to get you to destroy me. I was trying to trigger God, piss God off, to take me out. But at the same time, I felt abandoned, I felt rejected, and I felt ignored. I felt like the God that I had sold my whole life and soul to, that I had served my entire life, had completely turned his back on me and wanted nothing to fucking do with me. Like, fuck you, Eddie. I don't care about you and your insignificant problems. I'm over here dying and suffering, and you're nowhere to be found, God, right? So I went to bed with hatred on my heart towards the divine. Literally, I hate you. I hate you, God. Fuck you. I'm done with you. And I woke up the next day, and it still makes me emotional. I woke up the next day to the tangible feelings of just the sensation of the divine, like, holding me. It's as if God was just holding me. No talking, no conversation, just the invisible arms of unconditional love holding me. And I just broke down crying because I'm like, okay, like, that moment changed everything for me. The God that I believed in, it's like all the bullshit that I was taught. You can't talk to God this way. You can't do that. You have to follow this Bible verse. And you can't say that. And you got to back the like all this bullshit immediately evaporated because I proved to myself who and what that force was. And it showed up for me in a moment where I felt that I had left it behind. It was supposed to be my enemy now. Like I didn't want anything to do with you anymore. Like, fuck you, I hate you, I'm done with you, I don't want anything to do with you. And I was rejecting it because I thought it was rejecting me. And despite all of that, it proved that no matter what I believe, I cannot separate myself from its unconditional love. And that verse in the Bible is true. There's a verse in the Bible that says nothing can separate us from the love of God. That is true. And I've proven that to myself. And that was just one occasion. I've done other things since then that have proven that no matter what I do, the force that I know that divine thing to be, God to be, that I call love, it is everything. It is me. It is within me. And I cannot separate myself from it. It does not hate me. It is here within me. But my understanding of my power, the power that I have because I am it and it is me, that's the part that was missing. And that's why I was angry. And that's the part that brings me to the answer here. And so that whole long story to say this to you, Tylen, is that prayer to me it's not about asking a force. It's not about relating to a higher power or a God or it really has nothing to do with any of that. Prayer really is about what we believe that force to be, apart from the things that we've been told that it is, because you have to have an experience on your own with whatever that force is, but then realizing that when you have that experience with that force is going to turn you back within yourself and say, hey, it's not that God, there's another bullshit saying in Christianity that it's so cliche. God will never give you more than you can handle. Okay, well, that's bullshit because I've been given way more shit than I can handle. That's fucking broke me. It's almost taken me out. And just because I'm not dead doesn't mean it didn't fucking break me. Okay, so that's bullshit. That whole thing, and that's not even what that's not even what that Bible verse says. By the way, that's a twisted, taken out of context. That's not what that verse says. But with that in mind, the force that's in you is incapable of providing an answer to whatever problem you're facing. Let me say that again. The force that is within you, the force that is God, the creator, the universe, the source, is incapable of providing for you the thing that you need. The accessing of that thing is where we have the problem. That's where religion comes in. That's where spirituality comes in. That's where everyone gets. That's where like the ego. Like that's when things get really hazy and really cloudy. It's like, well, how do I access that thing, right? And that's that thing. The accessing of that thing is what we're going to generalize and call prayer. And I'm going to tell you that the answer, and this is going to sound so cheesy, so cliche, and so oversimplified. You're going to say, "Fuck you, Eddie." Yeah, right. Like, whatever, dude. Like, you're full of shit. It's going to sound so cheesy and so cliche and so simplified, so oversimplified that you're going to be tempted to reject it. But this is the answer. The answer to accessing that thing is called love. And that's not romantic love that we think of. Okay, it's not like, or I love ice cream. Like in America and English, we have one word that we use for something very sacred. The type of love I'm talking about is a divine love, a spiritual love. It's the power. It's the most powerful form of influence that exists within you. When you tap into that power, all things become possible. All things become possible. There is nothing that's impossible when you are in love. And I don't mean, again, in love like you're in love with someone. I'm talking like when you are in the energy of love, all things become possible for you. And I know that this is true. And I know that anyone that is anybody who has a spirit and has a soul that's even remotely connected to it knows that it's true because they're feeling it and sensing it right now. They know it. You know it. You know that you know that you know that you know at the deepest spiritual level that's a truth. It's a truth. We all know it. It's the deepest truth. That's how we access it. Prayer, so what we're calling prayer is really just what we're calling love. The answer to your problems, the things that you need, are going to come to you through love. However, they're not going to come to you if the relationship that you have to the infinite source that is love, if there's any type of discrepancy there because of religion or any other thing, like the story that I told you about, right? There's any type of enmity that you have towards the divine because of the circumstances that you're going through, which are completely understandable, just like my circumstances were completely understandable, like completely understandable. It's a needing to resolve that so that you can get back into oneness with that force so that the answers that you need can come through to you. And that's why this card here. And there's a really long explanation for one card, but that's the answer. And that's why you're here. You're in need of something. And again, I'm not here to provide just cheesy cliche. Let me just pull a couple of cards out of my asshole, and here you go, on your way. You're none the wiser, right? Like, well, that was great, like, but that was superficial. I want you to leave here with something that at the very least leaves you in a place of questioning where you're like, man, I don't know. Like, I have to wrestle with that. And if that's the place that if you don't get an actual answer that's actionable and you just get in a place where you have to leave and you're wrestling with something, then you're halfway there, right? You're already halfway to the solution to that, the unrest of whatever that thing is inside of you, because of the difficult time you're going through right now. Because not every because the difficult time that you're going through is not meant to break you. It was meant to break parts of you, but it's not meant to break you. It's not. This isn't supposed to be like, well, okay, I'm going through this thing in my life now. Now my life is, like, this is not the life I envision. This is very difficult, very, very difficult, right? As it would be, your husband is paralyzed. That's my spiritual mentors. This just happened to them 2 years ago, literally. people that were very generous to me many years ago. They were building a tree fort for their grandchildren, and the lady, she fell. She was on a ladder. She fell out of the ladder. She broke her back. And so they had to go in and they had to put plates in her back. But then the plates got infected and she almost went septic and almost died on Christmas. They had to go in, take all the stuff out, let the infection heal, and then they had to put the plates back in, and she's been in a wheelchair ever since. So she's been paralyzed from her waist down ever since. She's getting slowly but surely, she's getting her feeling and her legs back. But, again, these are people who have been in ministry. They've served God their entire life. Everything is, and this crazy, unfortunate thing happened, and she's like 70 years old. She's not young. So, it was very difficult for me to see them go through this. And that's a very, very difficult thing to have to deal with, because like you have this person that you're relying upon they're relying upon you rather to do things that they can't do anymore. So I can relate to it because I'm very close with those people, and I see it weekly. I see the struggle that they face weekly going through that process. And again, I'm not trying to compare it to yours, but I'm just saying I can understand it from that perspective. So now is not the time to lose faith. I know that's easy for me to say, but I have to continue being the messenger here for you. Now is not the time to lose faith. Now is the time for you to renew your faith. And you're like, what the fuck? Like that's the crazy shit right there. Like, so I'm at the place where it makes more sense for me to lose my faith, but the answer is for me to renew my faith, and the answer is yes. This is the time to renew your faith. This is the moment where you figure out who the divine is within you. This is the moment where you tap into what true unconditional love is and the power of true unconditional love operating within you. Because the situation that you're being confronted with isn't just a situation that your partner's going through. It's affecting you because it's meant to affect you, because there's a spiritual principle in this situation that you two were contracted to be together when you were going through this. You have a soul contract with your husband. Part of your contract was for you guys to be here at this moment, at this time, dealing with this challenge together. Because the purpose of this was for you to understand what true unconditional love on a spiritual, within myself level, that this was meant to bring to birth out of you. It's meant to create a deeper level of understanding and love within yourself that no other situation could have, and within each other, but also understanding the power of the divine within you. And that if you can get through a situation like this through the power of miracles that exist within you, which that's a whole other thing, to unlock the power of miracles within you that you haven't, like once you get into that place of understanding the love, the force of love, infinite love within you, you've just stepped into the power of miracles. All things become possible for you, because that is the energy of all possibilities, which is unconditional love. So that's where the point of, that's where that's taking you. I could spend hours talking to you just about that one card. Surrender to inner peace. Surrender to inner peace. Second card, let me read it to you. Cultivate inner peace on a daily basis. In quiet, meditative moments, focus on the stillness within and enjoy this inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too, and your life will flow more easily. Again, it's like, well, you're asking the impossible, right? Like, this is the contradiction of life. It's like I'm being handed a big pile of smelly shit, but then over here, the divine is saying, oh, just surrender to inner peace. It's like, well, if it was that fucking easy, I would do it, Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm dealing with this over here, and you're just over here like, okay, let's just all be fairies and unicorns, right? Like, that's what it sounds like. But that's not really what it is. It's a real answer. The answer is really real. The answer is surrendering to inner peace, because what you'll realize is that the energy, like you can't change the outcome of what is. Like the situation is like, it is what it is, right? That's not going to change. You can't go back in time and change what has happened. Like what has happened, what's done is done. However, you can control the energy that you vibrate in within the situation. That's where the magic happens. It's like, okay, I can't control what happened to me, but I can control the effect that it has on me, because the effect that it has on me is affecting my energy, and my energy is affecting my reality. So when I surrender I allow the energy of peace and, you know, to the level, the best level of practicing it that I can get myself to, then I'm no longer fueling the energy of dis-ease, which isn't going to help the situation improve, right? Like I'm basically fueling the very thing that I don't want, because I become anxious or worried or overwhelmed by the situation. So my energy is fueling more of the very thing that I don't want, which isn't going to make it better. Whereas when I go into the place of surrendering to inner peace, then that energy frees me of all the dissonance, resistance, and distorted energy. And now you will have access to the energy from the first card. You're going to get access to resources that you don't have access to when you're stressed out, you're anxious, you're overwhelmed, right? So peace is your best friend in this situation, even though the situation would seem like it's going to still rob you of your peace, right? And then we have this: surrender the habit of people pleasing. I'm the caretaker. Yes, you are the caretaker, but there's also a lesson in taking care of others in this situation, where maybe you're in this position because there's a part of you that manifested it. And I don't mean that you manifested it, that it's your fault. I just want to be clear on that. I'm not saying you manifested it because it's your fault or that you did the thing. I'm saying that you manifested a situation where you would have to please somebody. You manifested a situation where you would be in a position to where you could continue the habit of people pleasing, right? And we all do it. We all are manifesting situations in our life, whatever that situation is, right? Like I, unfortunately, have manifested unfaithful people in my life, cheaters. Most of my romantic relationships, not just my ex-wife, she was the first. There was the woman after her, and there's been like two more after that were unfaithful. I manifested unfaithful and disloyal women into my life. And it's not because I'm an unfaithful or disloyal man. And that's where the whole law of attraction and manifestation, all that shit gets very confusing, right? So I had to get curious about, well, what the fuck within me is manifesting that into my life? Because, you know, I'm a personal growth junkie, you know, psychological junkie, like I'm spiritual junkie. Like I live in this world. I'm constantly obsessed with making myself better, make myself better. It's like, why am I attracting this shit into my life? Why can't I attract, you know? And it's like, I had to go deeper again, go deeper again, go deeper again, go deeper again. Like until you get the answer, you have to keep seeking the answer. That's how it is. Like if you don't have the answer to the thing yet, just like I tell people, you haven't manifested the thing until you've manifested the thing. Like until you have the thing that you're trying to manifest, you haven't manifested it. Don't assume that you've manifested something until you actually have it. Right? Manifestation 101. Like I want this. You want a new car, you want a husband, you want a wife, you want a child, whatever you want. Well, until you have it, until it's literally yours and you have it, you haven't manifested it. So you can't stop doing the things that you need to do to manifest it until it's yours. Don't assume that I did my manifestation technique. I took that manifestation course. I had that manifestation thing. Well, you can do it one time or however many times you think you did it. Until you have it in your hand, it's like a cake. You put the cake in the oven, it's not done baking. or turkey, right? You put the turkey in the oven on Thanksgiving, it's not done. 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 Well, if it's not done, it's not done. You can take it out. You can open it up and look in there as much as you want. You can take it out, look at it. It's like it's not going to change. It's not going to be done until it's done. Order something on Amazon. It's not at your house until it's at your house. You know, you open up that door a million times. Was my package here yet? My package here yet? My package here? No, it's not. It'll be here when it's here, right? So, so that's kind of how it is with us in this regard. It's like you're seeking for answers. You need to change whatever that thing is. The thing you keep pressing in until you get it, right? And that's what I had to do to figure out what my problem was. Like, why do I keep attracting these women, these disloyal women in my life? Well, keep pressing, keep searching, keep searching, until I finally figured it out. And when I got the answer, I was like, great, I got the answer. That's half the battle. Now I have to implement the information and make the change within myself so I can actually attract the new thing, right? So this people-pleasing thing is part of everything. How does that all that shit that I just said, how does that apply to the people-pleasing? Well, it applies to the people-pleasing because there's an energy and a vibration within you that you've been carrying with you your whole life that's been attracting people-pleasing, but it's not been serving you because you've been giving your power away to the need to people-please. And when we've done something for a really long time, we create a relationship with that thing. Some way, shape, or form, we create a relationship with that thing, right? And some people manifest it. I'll tell you again, going back to the people that I mentioned before, the woman who fell out. You know, they're building the fort for their grandchildren that are sort of like, you know, they used to be spiritual mentors of mine when I was, you know, 20 years ago. Well, what's interesting is she manifested her condition. How do I know that? Because she was having relationship problems with her husband because they're opposites. She's very extroverted and he's very introverted. And she, you know, was like, you don't pay attention to me, you know, you don't, it's like he needs a lot of alone time, a lot of space. She needs a lot of attention, right? And so she would create these crises unconsciously. You know, there's this drama, this thing, that thing. She was always creating these miniature crises that he would have to come to her and fix her. You know, it's like, you know, he had to go. And so that was her way of basically kind of manipulating or controlling the situation to where it's like, okay, he's not meeting my needs. So I have to create a situation to where he has to basically come and spend time with me. Well, eventually she created the ultimate situation, you know? And so again, you know, a huge spiritual lesson. She manifested a situation that put her in a wheelchair so that she would now have to rely upon him. It's like an extreme. Like, it's like there's a reason that we have that thing. Be careful what you wish for because you might get it. That's basically what happened with her. Like, she manifested, you know, her own condition, and basically she got what she wanted. Now he has to take care of her. Now he has no time to himself. Now he can't not be around her 24/7. She manifested it. Does she know that? No. She doesn't know that. You know, would I just go in and tell her that because I have the spiritual awareness to see that? And I'm not being egotistical. I'm not like tooting my own horn, but I see it clearly, crystal clear. I know that she manifested that upon herself. And it's unfortunate, but that's the relationship that she has to her powerlessness. I need him to satisfy me. This man, that's my husband, has to meet my needs. No, you need to meet your own needs. Yes, I know that you married him. Yes, I understand that there's healthy dynamics in the relationships and all of that, but your happiness and your fulfillment is not dependent on another human being. And if you don't learn that, and you're using your power to manifest a reality that you don't want, and then you manifest that reality, that's how it works. And I know that's scary as shit. A lot of people don't want to hear that. People don't want to know that they have that power, but you do. You have the power to create. You have the power to destroy. That's literally the power that we have, and that's how a lot of this shit works. I'm not saying it happens in everything in life, no, but it happens in a lot of things. So there's something in that there for you, that there's a lesson here in regards to people pleasing that is tied into all of this. And so if you can figure out what that is and how that plays into your situation, like the entirety of it, on the macro scale or the microcosmic scale, whatever scale that's on, this will help you transform this situation in the way that it needs to transform. I mean, this could be groundbreaking. This could unlock miracles. God only knows what this could do. Like, there's these cards are coming out are not like, the way that I view this is not. It's not like you just went to the dollar store and you got a tarot reading from the dollar store, or from, some dude at the gas station. Like, well, I got a gas station tarot reading from that dude down at the Dollar General, and he gave me that tarot reading, them cards. I guess it was all right. Like, these are divine messages meant to answer very important things for you, right? Like, that's the level of seriousness that I take this when these messages come through. Surrender to worry. Make a commitment not to lead an anxiety-driven life, which goes back to surrender to peace, surrender to prayer. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body, focus on the power of your heart, and have faith that Spirit is guiding you always. Yeah. So, again, another way of saying it is keep the hand on the pulse of the energy of your vibration. Because, again, the more that you allow the overwhelm, the anxiety, and all that stuff, which is completely human, there's no one's, it would be inhuman to expect you to be perfect and just flip a switch and not have dealing with stress and normal human things. But if you're living in it 99% of the time, like, that's the default. You wake up in stress, you go to sleep in stress. You wake up in stress, you go to sleep in stress. Stress. That energy is like pouring fuel on an infection. Like, you're pouring fuel on a forest fire of infection, like an energetic infection. And so it's going to swallow you, right? Like, and then you'll reach your own breaking point. You'll manifest your own issue or problem or whatever that is. Which, so again, this advice is I feel it's very important because it really wants to lead you into a place of power. Okay. All right. So let's take a look. So that's the main thing. Like, this is like the main things. Like, these are the real important things here. So let's just take a look at some quick core, I don't know, core energy is just something, anything else that Spirit wants you to know that will help you, empower you in your situation. And then I'll get 3 of just kind of like some overarching advice. Yeah. Okay. So this is really straightforward. I shouldn't need to preach a whole 10-hour sermon with this. So here we have travel. We have the honoring path, we have joyous fun, and we have commitment. So there is a metaphorical energy attached to travel as well as a literal. Like, you may consider doing something crazy. It may not even make sense because of the, what you have to deal with and all of that. But just, and again, this is just something to consider. The situation that you're in may afford you the ability, if you can travel, even with your husband, even with the condition of the situation, if you can, do it. you know, like, do it, go for it. Like, you know, if you can afford it, whatever that is, like if you could get an RV, sell your house, drive around, see the States, but like, I don't know, like it's who knows what that really looks like. I don't know, but there is some degree of literal energy attached to this travel. The metaphorical or the spiritual energy behind this travel is seeing that, like, when you're traveling, you're headed towards a destination, and so it's basically spirit saying like, hey, I get it, like this isn't going to last forever, because no trip lasts forever. Like, eventually you're going to get to the destination. Like, you're on the road, right? You've left the house, you're on the road, and you're not there yet. You haven't arrived at the destination yet, but you will. So it's spirit's way of saying there is going to come a point, there's an end to this. This isn't going to last forever, right? The honoring path. So this is spirit basically commending you to, again, two energies. One, this is spirit's way of commending you, saying you've chosen the honoring path, even though, yes, sometimes it comes from a place of people pleasing, but sometimes it doesn't. See, it's not always bad. It's not like, oh, I just people please. No, it's like you have such a beautiful, compassionate, and loving heart. It's just sometimes we're so compassionate, we're so loving, we're so giving that we feel like we have to give to everything and everyone. We just don't have boundaries because we're so loving, right? And so spirit is acknowledging that and saying, no, it's not all bad. You actually have a very beautiful, wonderful heart within you. You know, you're meant to be that way. You're just not meant to people please. There's a difference. You're meant to be a loving, compassionate, caring person. You're just not meant to people please. That's the wrong way of doing it. That's the wrong way to do it. When you figure out boundaries and how to balance your life, then you're going to be right where you need to be, because that energy that's inside of you, that's who you are. That's beautiful. It's a good thing. So your spirit's way of honoring you for who you are and what you've been doing. But there's also the honoring path, which is saying stay on the honoring path. It's hard, which is to the commitment card. It's hard to stay on the honoring path and say, man, it'd be so much easier to walk away from this. It'd be so much easier maybe to, divorce your husband. There's so much easier to probably make 20 other, think of 20 other ways to handle this, or 20 other ways out of it, right? And Spirit's saying, no, you're choosing the honoring path by staying on the trip, staying on the journey, staying in the car. You're going to the destination. It's not going to last forever. This trying time isn't going to last forever. You've chosen the honoring path. You've chosen commitment, which very few people would do. I mean, people break up and divorce over teeny tiny little shit these days, much less when they have to care for somebody that they committed to for sickness and health, till death do us part, actually show up and follow through on their vows. God forbid, God forbid you show up, go through your vows, right? It's very rare these days. And you're doing that. And that's why this commitment energy is here. You're being honored for that. And it's going to come back, Spirit's saying. It's going to come back to you. And I know that's hard to believe, but it's going all energy, it's cause and effect. As you reap what you sow what you reap. It's going to come back to you. Karma is not just bad. We hear that word karma in spirituality and we think bad, like karma, bad, you did bad. Karma is neither good nor bad. It's just reaping what you sow. If you do good, karma comes back. It's good karma. You do bad karma could come back on you. It's neutral. Karma is a neutral thing. You're doing good. You're going to get the good karma coming back to you. And joy is fun. This is Spirit saying, hey, I know that when you're dealing with a type of situation that you're dealing with, it feels so serious. But Spirit is saying, try to not take it so serious. Life is not so serious, right? Like, and I'm actually being told, and I put this in the chat earlier, for go check out this podcast on YouTube. This guy interviews tons of people called Next Level Soul Podcast. This guy interviews tons of people who go through near-death experiences. And it's so fascinating to me because it's like all these people who've literally died, they were dead. They had an experience and they came back to life. And they all basically say the same thing. In their own words, they say the same thing. And even in my own experiences, kissing death on the cheek, I can tell you it's not this serious. Life is not as serious as we make it out to be. Yes, it feels serious. I'm not saying that we should take life lightly. It's all, fairies and unicorns. But I'm saying, again, vibrationally, energetically, if you can get to that place of inner peace, of just knowing like, hey, it's not that serious. It's going to work out. It's going to be okay. I'm going to find a way. The universe has my back. And just learning how to just have fun with what is, right? Like the game Monopoly. A lot of people don't know this. The game Monopoly was created during like the Great Depression. Like the guy that created the game, he and his wife, it was like the Great Depression. It's like nobody had anything. Everybody was poor. It was like the whole, the Great Depression. And so they had nothing and they were bored. And so they created this game, and, they tweaked it and customized it. And then basically when things started to not necessarily get better, but, like they were like, this game is so fun. They sold it for $1 million. Like way back in like the 30s or whatever it was. They sold it for $1 million during the Great Depression. And that game has been revolutionized. You guys got to check it out, the story. I know I might be butchering a little bit of it, but essentially that's the nutshell of how the game Monopoly came about. It's fascinating, right? Like who would have thought? And so they needed that money. They needed that money to survive. And so, who knew that this little thing that they created on their kitchen table because they were bored at night would turn into a legendary game that almost everybody has played or owns, right? That's the game of life, man. You can just, you can find the silver lining in anything. You can have fun anywhere. Jesus slept in the storm, right? That's famous story where the storm showed in the book, the boats, and his disciples are freaking out. And it says Jesus is sleeping at the front of the boat. And they go to wake him up and they're like, Rabbi, aren't you afraid that we're all going to die? And he's like, you of little faith. And then he rebukes the storm and the clouds clear and he goes back to sleep. Like, you waking me up for this shit? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. And I'm not saying I'm that level, right? Like I'm with you. I'm just a messenger. I'm just as human as anybody. And I'm certainly not going through what you're going through. But the message here for you is if you can somehow just learn to have fun. Just try to reprogram your mind. Just like, how can I have fun with this? How can I find the humor in this? How can I laugh this off? How can I just, whatever it is, whatever that is for you, find the comedy in it. Even no matter how serious it is, right? No matter how serious it is, like just, of course this, that happened, like whatever it is, and that's going to help you immensely with that. So then, kind of like the outcome here. Yeah, soulmates. So again, commitment, you and your husband, soulmates, you have a soul contract with him. Spirit, again, is pointing out that, the relationship that you have with your husband, it's legit. You have a soul contract with him. The Spirit is saying to stay, hang in there, to not give up, even though it's a very difficult time right now. Hang in there with him. Don't have to people please, but he is your soulmate. You have observer. This card is basically saying you need to know when to be to become a neutral observer. You need to know when to detach. You need to know what what you're responsible for, and what you're not responsible for. What is mine to do? What is not mine to do? Am I being a powerful person, or am I being a powerless person, right? That's what this card is saying here. Is learning how to become more neutral and more detached. Everything doesn't have to be life or death. Everything doesn't have to be serious, even though it feels serious, even though it feels like it's life or death. Spirit is saying it doesn't have to be that way. And let me get one more for you. We're going to give me two. Okay. So you have blessed. So this card again is saying you're moving, you're traveling, you're heading towards a time that you cannot understand yet. You're heading to a promised land. There's trials and tribulations on the path to the promised land. The promised land is where you experience the blessing. The promised land is where everything is going to make sense on the other side of all this shit that hasn't made sense. It's like nothing makes sense right now. The Spirit's saying it's going to make sense, and because you stayed true, you didn't get out of the car, you didn't abort, you didn't exit, you didn't hit the eject button, you stayed in the car until you got to the destination. You're going to be blessed for this. You can't see, you don't see it yet. You don't understand how this is all going to come around full circle for you, but it is, and you have regeneration, right? So beauty from ashes, regeneration. There's a treasure in every pile of shit. Beauty from ashes. It's coming. Everything that's happening here was meant to change who you are, change who your husband is, change your relationship to the divine, change your relationship to the power that you have within yourself, and to redefine the limitations of life as you've known it. So that on the other side of this, when the caterpillar comes out of the cocoon as the butterfly, when you re-emerge as the new butterfly, after you've transformed, you're going to understand shit, and things are going to, the power and the ability, the things that you're going to do, what's capable, what's possible for you is going to be life-changing. Absolutely life-changing. Hands down. And you're meant to do something with this. So all this stuff that's happening to you guys, you'll have the ability to inspire, motivate, heal, and help people do things that you could never imagine that you were capable of doing. There's a video. I gotta just try to grab it here really quick from a different channel that I'm gonna send. I'm gonna drop in the chat that will hopefully inspire you. It just came to me. It's like, yeah, you need to drop this video. Like, okay. Then I need to drop this video for you so you can see it. Yeah, here we go. It's very short. It's only like 7 minutes. Obviously, it's in the chat, so whoever wants to watch it can watch it, but it's definitely for you. So watch that. That's some inspiration for you. And hopefully some of this has made sense to you. And I send you love and light for all the things that you're going through. I can't imagine. But I can feel your energy in this. You're strong. You're way stronger than you know. And you're a badass. It takes a truly badass human being to stay the course during a difficult time when things are very unclear, especially when you're going through something like you're going through. So I commend you, even though I know we're complete strangers. Where are we at? 216. Mm-hmm. All right, so maybe the question that I need to see now is, okay, so let's do this. You are so welcome, Tylen, and sincerely, I appreciate you. Um, here's my email address. Like, I want to just in the future or whatever, shoot me an email so that I have your email, so that I can check in with you down the road, just see how you're doing, what's going on with you, and yeah, I wanna keep in touch with you and know how things unfold for you. So send me an email, and we'll keep in touch that way. And for everyone else, I'm gonna try to do some speed reads now. So I'll just try to answer some of your guys' questions because it is obviously getting a little bit late. And that's okay. So I'll just try to get some quick answers out to you guys to the best of my abilities. So Ari, you are up, my friend. I will. You go ahead and drop your question, and I will try to get you an answer. And then after Ari, we have Danny. If Danny's still here, I don't know. She might be blitzed. She was drinking earlier. She said she was drunk. I don't know who's here anymore. But if Danny is here, she will be up after Ari. And then if Luz is here. And Gene, thank you so much for coming in and modding, helping me out. I owe you, my friend, big time. Is the Taurus's ex crazy to where she keeps tabs on him, and if I ever do end up with him, she would find out and go crazy? Okay, so is Zach's ex crazy? All right, let's find out if Zach's ex is crazy. We're going to change gears here. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Tylen. Appreciate you. We met in July last month. Hung out. Yep, we haven't hung out. He's just been going through some stuff. All right, I have to find out. Where did my... Okay, let me go in here. Where did my music go? I just realized this whole time I was just wearing these headphones and for no reason. Like I get so like I'm so out of it. Like I forgot that I was even like not listening to music anymore. So where we at? I need something. Wait, I know what I want. There we go. Okay, here we go. Is Zach's ex crazy? Is Zach's ex a crazy bitch? That's crazy. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say he this chick is definitely not she's definitely not crazy. I don't think she I'll be honest with you, I don't think she gives a shit. Um I think she's I think her mind is elsewhere, focused on other things. She is very like she's opposite of spiritual. Like this chick, the awakening card is in reverse, and the page of wands in reverse. This is someone who's very, very, very superficial, very immature. Like I don't even think. How do I say this without sounding like an asshole? Um, I don't think. I don't think this girl or his ex has. I don't know that she has the intelligence or the ability to think like that. Like sh- like sh- like it takes what is the word that I want to use for this? Like in order for you to be like crazy or manipulative or psycho or all that, like there's still like a level of um intelligence that you have to like be in that energy, for lack of better words. And I don't I don't feel that she has that. Like I don't see that. I think that she is into somebody else. Like, you know, we have the success thing. It's kind of like she's focused on something else. There's this other divine energy, masculine energy. There's the captain here. So there's somebody else that who she feels is like, I don't know, somebody else she's more attracted to. That she kind of sees as like either like somebody who's older or who's somebody who's more like large and in charge, more alpha maybe or something. We have a King of Cups here. This is probably whoever that person is. Obviously, you know, it's water energy, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. We have the Lovers here. So, I mean, I feel like obviously she's got feelings for, you know, whoever this other person is that she's got her eyes on. Like that's where her focus is. But it's not. I mean, he's nowhere on there. Like, there's no Taurus energy here. We have the Ace of Pentacles skipping over the Page of Wands in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles is here. It's a new thing. Again, Pentacles. Pentacles are solid, but they're superficial. It's materialistic. Like it's not. There's no intelligence. It's not swords. Like it's not Ace of Swords. It's like you have this intellectual bond with somebody. It's not Ace of Cups. There's no feelings there. And it's not Ace of Wands. It's not like this. You get around them. There's this crazy chemistry or passion. It's just a very superficial, materialistic, surfacey thing. Whatever this is that she's into, this guy, I think. But she's happy. Whatever this is with this person, the sun, you know, it's like, hey, she's happy with whatever this is. And she sees Four of Wands, like she sees an investment or a future with whoever this she's into. Like whoever this person that she's into that's not him, she's into somebody else. So she's into somebody else. She's not, you know. I mean, I can clarify that. I don't think that she's into him. I'll ask real quick. How does Zach's ex feel about him? How does Zach's ex feel about him? Yeah, she's how so she sees him as a nice guy. Like she's like, yeah, he's like there's no hard feelings. I don't think she has hard feelings towards him, but I don't think she's attracted to him. Like we got temperance, like so she's made peace with it. Like there's no hard feelings with the temperance card here. Like Hierophant, there's the Taurus energy, so there's his energy, but it's also Taurus is like, you know, somebody who's stable, they're committed. We have the Knight of Pentacles over here, so the double Taurus energy here basically. She's you know, we got the Three of Cups here and the Five of Swords and the Seven of Wands, so it's like she's like, I think she wants fun. I think she just wants a good time. I think she wants fun. And I think he's more practical. He's more of a good guy, nice guy. He's not a partier. He's not the guy who's going to go out and like club in. Like he's, you know, he's not her cup of tea. I think she's wanting more of the bad boy. You know, the Five of Swords is here. It's like, they just don't, their energy doesn't align. Seven of Wands, like, you know, they have strong, they're two different people is what I want to say. There's strong differences between them. They're just two different types of people. There's no hard feelings, but they're two different people. You know, like I feel like she is more of in this Queen of Pentacles energy, which we saw, like she's more materialistic. I like to be, you know, doted over, and you know, like she's more into the superficial thing, and he's more of like, he's more practical, you know, like things have to be logical for him. They're just two different energies. But I don't think they have any hard feelings. I think they're, you know, I think that she's, you know, she just accepts it. Like, hey, yeah, you know, he's a good guy. I don't think she would have a complaint. Like if you were sitting down with her and you didn't know that she was his ex, you know, like that kind of thing. And it was like, you were like, hey, what about that guy over there? Blah, blah. And she'd be like, oh no, he's a good dude. Like he's a good guy. You know, I don't get like any gnarly bad energy or bad vibes or anything. So, but yeah, I definitely don't think that they are, they're not compatible. They're definitely not compatible. So to answer your question, no, I don't see his ex stirring up drama, stirring up shit. I think that she's looking for something else. She wants something else, and she's, you know, obviously she's moving on with her life. And the fact that you said that he's all fucked up over her proves that he was probably into her more than she was into him. That's what it sounds like. He liked her probably more than she liked him. And so, you know, she walked away. Okay, well, you know, that's kind of the basis of that. But yeah, you don't have anything to worry about with that. You all good with that? Should be no problems. No problems with any drama. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. All right. Let's see who else we got. Who else can I get through? Who else is here? Gene's on it. If there's anybody else that's here. So I get, obviously Danny's gone. If Love, Tracy, like who all is actually here? Let's go to, let's go to participants. Oh, might just be us. No, they don't. They definitely don't work when they're all one-sided. That might be it. Maybe everybody else boned out. I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning. It is 2:30 in the morning, so, and it's a Wednesday night, so I mean, most people are probably have to work tomorrow, like myself. If there's anybody else that's here, that wants a quick free reading, now is the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Or we're all... Okay, Lisa's here. Okay, Lisa, what do you got? You're here. I will do you. And then my bladder's gonna explode. Okay. Got it. All right, let's check on Mike, and then we're going to check on Eugene. Is Mike the right one for Lisa? It's all right. Sweet Millicent Carbuncle. I mean, if you have a question, I can try to do it quickly for you. I know there's probably just a few people maybe struggling, and I'm not going to make them too long because I actually have to work tomorrow as well. I will say this, Lisa. I'm not. I mean, this lessons card came out kind of sideways a little bit like that. I mean, it's more in reverse than it's not. But that can be a pretty tough energy there. It's like, you know, it's like basically saying essentially that you're learning a lesson, or a lesson, you need to overcome a lesson basically here. I'm going to have to pull some tarot. This is all telling me maybe. These cards are telling me maybe. Like, is he the right one for you? Well, maybe. Let's see. Gene's like, I'm going to sleep. Thank you so much, Gene. I appreciate you. Four of Pentacles, Eight of Pentacles. A lot of focusing on work, a lot of focusing on security and money and finances right now. This could also be holding on. This could be you holding on to him. Two of Cups. Okay, so maybe wanting to work things out. The Two of Cups is good. That's a good energy. Like, you see eye to eye with each other. The Eight of Pentacles is being here, so this maybe could be the fact that you're working through. Well, travel is here, so you could live at a distance. That's a possibility. The Eight of Pentacles tied to the Lessons card means that maybe there's some issues that you guys need to work through or have needed to work through, potentially. Nine of Cups, that's good. The Star, okay. Captain Clock. So, okay. It makes way more sense now. So, I'm going to say there's a lot of potential here, but, okay. A lot of potential, but this card here is the determining factor. These two cards right here, the Lessons card and the Eight of Pentacles, is going to determine the fate of this relationship. Because there's issues here, okay? There's lessons that you both need to learn and overcome for this to progress into something that could be, it could turn into something really good. I mean, the Nine of Cups is like, your wish fulfilled. The Star is getting what you wish for. Like, you have both cards, and the Two of Cups. Like these three cards right here: Two of Cups, the Star, the Nine of Cups. So it's like all beautiful, wonderful energy. Everything's aligned. The Captain energy up here. This card, I know you probably can't really see it, but that's what it says. It's a hat. It's like a hat of like a captain's hat. And it says Captain on it. The Captain card is specifically about taking responsibility for your own life. You being in charge of yourself. In some senses, it can be like looking at somebody else that you see as like taking the lead or who's in charge of things. But for you, I feel like this is really about you guys both needing to take accountability and take personal responsibility for whatever it is within yourself that could be negatively impacting this relationship. Whether it's past, present, future, I don't know. But the Eight of Pentacles is that's the suggestion of the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles is saying there are things that you need to work through, that you both need to work through. There's accountability and responsibility that you both need to take in regards to overcoming lessons if you want to have this relationship work out. Now, you have the calling here. So you do have a purpose. There's a potential purpose here that you have with him. Like, you guys could potentially, that's the key word, you potentially could have your relationship serves a higher purpose than just you guys coming together having a relationship. What that is, it depends. You know, it depends on the work you do and the effort you put into overcoming the lessons, the hurdles, the obstacles, and the challenges, and all of that. And then at the bottom of the deck over here, the Knight of Pentacles. This tells me that it's going to be a process. It's not going to happen overnight. It's it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's going to be a slow evolution, a slow process of taking the right actions, taking the right steps, one step at a time, not getting in a hurry, not getting in a rush. But if you're willing to stay the course, if you're willing to put in the work, if you're willing to do what's necessary, then yes, I do see this as a you guys have the potential for this relationship to become something very beautiful. Two of Cups, the Star, and the Nine of Cups. I mean, the only thing that would make that better is like the Lovers, which is just the major arcana of the Two of Cups, so not that much better. I mean, it's the same thing, just a different card. The Ten of Pentacles or the Ten of Cups. Like, those three cards, the Lovers, the Ten of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles, like, those are the only three cards that could make this part of it right here any better. So it's really good. The potential, again, key word, the potential for this is really good. But here is the kind of like the challenge. You have to put in the work to overcome the challenges, the lessons. Right now, you guys you're not doing so good. Right now, you're in the Four of Pentacles. You're both playing it safe. You're both guarded. You know, you're both in your comfort zone. You know, you're both focused on your own needs, your own security. Like, you know, You can't play it safe. The Four of Pentacles is the opposite of the 8. This guy's holding on to. He's the miser. He's holding on to his fours. I'm not doing shit. What I have, I'm holding on to what I have. There's a parable in the Bible about this. It's the shrewd master. There's 3 servants. The master gave the 3 servants each a certain amount of coins. The first servant invested it. The second servant invested it. The third servant buried the coins in the ground, because he knew that the shrewd master was a harsh man. And he's like, oh man, what if I fuck up? What if I take the and he had the least, by the way. He had the least amount of money that was given to him. The other 2 were given more than he was given. And that little bit that he had, he was super afraid that he was going to lose it, or he would invest it and it would get lost. He was just afraid to do anything with it. So he buried it in the ground. And so then when the shrewd master came back from his trip, he asked him, he said, what did you guys do with my money? And the first guy's like, I invested it and I made more for you. Second guy, I invested it, I made more for you. The third guy is like, well, I knew that you were sort of like a harsh man, and so I buried it because I didn't want to lose it. And so, so the guy's like, well, not only, so he took the guy's money, basically, he took the money and then he basically throws the guy in prison. That's the moral of the story, right? Like, so, the metaphor of that is like, you can't play it safe. Like, you have to, use it or lose it, right? Like, if you stay in this comfort zone, you're playing it safe, then all this other stuff is not going to happen. So you have to put work in to overcome this. That's the lesson here. That's, what needs to happen here for you. But yes, to answer your question, is Mike somebody that could potentially be the one for you? Yes, but if you do the work. If you do the work, yes. Okay, so so Jean is off to sleep. If Sweet Millicent Carbuncle is still here, if you're here, I can try to do a quick one for you. And I think that you can be, Lisa. I think you can be happy with Mike, but again, I think that you just have to be willing to put in the work to make it work out with him. He's got to put in the work too. And that's any relationship, right? All relationships take work. You have to give 100% effort. He has to give 100% effort, right? Like, that's just how it is. Oh, you're very welcome. Sweetie, sweet, Melissa, if you're here, if you're still here, I can try to knock out your answer really quick, or question really quick if you're still here. Maybe she left. All right, Shelja, you just posted your question, then you retracted it. If you're still here, I will do yours, and then I will probably be off to bed myself. So if you want to retype your message, Shelja. Thank you, Lisa. Hope you have a blessed night too. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate you guys. Shelja, are you here? All right, I guess not. All right then. Priya, you're here. I will do one for you. And unless Shelja returns, you will be my last. So Priya Koth, if you are here, I will do one for you. And you will be my last unless Shelja returns. Oh. Let's find out. Was there any other woman involved in her husband's life, please? I'm going to say yes. 90% yes. 80 to 90% yes. Your husband could have been dealing with a water sign or a fire sign potentially, but probably more than that, really, honestly. It's multiple people. We have the 3 of Cups, we have the 7 of Cups. There were options. I'm going to say yes, there were definitely options. I'm going to say that your husband was wounded. He was hurt. 9 of Wands, you know, he was hurt by something, who knows when, whatever that is. But yeah, he was wounded. We have the 3 of Cups, multiple energies, 7 of Cups, multiple energies. We have the Chariot. The Chariot is often in this type of, it could have been a Cancer. He may have had a stronger attachment to a Cancer, or maybe you're a Cancer. I don't know. There's Cancer energy, double Cancer energy with the Chariot and the Moon, double Cancer energy on the table. He felt neglected and rejected. He felt like maybe his needs weren't met in this situation over here. So it wasn't so much his. The moon is off, and the moon is secrets too, by the way. Just really quick, I skipped over that. The moon is secrets, so there were secret things were hidden, right? So definitely there were things that were hidden and secrets. But the energy that I'm getting here is that the reason for the behavior is that he felt his needs weren't met. He felt rejected. He felt neglected. And this is how he wanted to feel. 9 of Pentacles. He wanted to feel needed. He wanted to feel longed for. He wanted to feel desired. He wanted to feel successful. He wanted to, he wanted to feel appreciated for the things that that he felt he provided with the 9 of Pentacles. He was seeking some type of peace here with the 6 of Swords. The 6 of Swords is about leaving the past behind, moving on, letting go. But it's also searching for peace. Like looking for just leaving chaos behind, basically. So there was something a part of him where he was like, "No, I just don't want any more chaos in my life. I don't want bullshit in my life. I don't want fights and quarreling and arguments and, feeling rejected, feeling neglected, feeling unappreciated." But we have double water energy, so there could have been he could have, it doesn't have to be a water sign, it doesn't have to be, but he definitely felt torn at some point. The Chariot is definitely a card of like being at a crossroads, but it's also a card of knowing what you want and going after it. It's also a card of facing, overcoming obstacles and challenges and things. So, but it's also a card of speed. So, I think this is him like trying to like move on really quickly is what I'm getting. Like he was like moving on very fast. It's like, okay, well, let's just move on to the next thing, right? Rebounding, right? Very fast, rebounding very quickly to search for, to feel desired, basically. Now, we have the Queen of Wands at the bottom of the deck, so there could be a fire sign. I don't know if you're the fire sign, this Leo, Sagittarius, Aries, but, why is he not telling me the truth? He always lies to me, like I don't even talk with any other girl, blah, blah, blah. Well, after you said in your husband's life after you knew him. So are you with him still? Are you together with him, or are you not with him? And are you a fire sign? Are you a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries? You're a Virgo. Okay, so then he has his sights set on either somebody who's attractive, or maybe he has his sights set on a Queen of Wands. There's a Queen of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. And the Six of Swords is moving towards the Queen of Wands. So he's, I feel like he's probably got his eyes or sights set on the Queen of Wands. Now the Queen of Wands can also be a placeholder energy for the other person. Just, it could just be a metaphor for whoever the other person is. It may not be a fire sign, not that it matters. The other person is the other person, whether it's a fire sign or not. But, I mean, I don't know. Are you, so you are, okay, so you are still with him. Yeah, I mean, the answer is, what I see here is, in all of this, is really boils down to this Four of Cups. The Four of Cups explains it, basically. Like, what the answer here is: feeling neglected, feeling rejected, feeling there's no passion here, there's no love here. It's very mediocre, disinterest, apathy. It's that kind of energy. Let's ask this deck and see what his feelings for you are. What are his feelings towards Priya? This deck here is brutally honest. Okay, so this is how he feels about you, just to be clear. All right? So he's at the bottom of the deck, we'll start here. Running away, so maybe he sees you as avoidant. You might be avoidant, so maybe that's why he feels rejected. I don't know. You may have avoidant tendencies. It says fear of commitment, can't be tied down, or too much too soon. So either he feels like you're emotionally avoidant, or maybe he feels you're too smothering. Could be one or the other. Right? So there's that energy at the bottom of the deck. Now, we have fast moving. There's the Chariot card. They are pressuring you, don't respect your boundaries, or could just be a player. So that coincides with the too much too soon. So for him, he feels that you were just wanting or expecting too much from him. Maybe he felt really pressured by you. We have looking. It says got their eye on someone else, still searching for the one, or can't find what they want. I'm getting a nitpicking energy with this. Like he felt like he didn't. I don't think that he felt chosen by you. And again, whether or not you agree with this or not, because it doesn't matter what you feel. You could be like, that's not true. It's his perception is all that matters, because that's how relationships are sometimes. We show up, we act a certain way, we do things, and then that person responds to the way that we behave, and it doesn't make any sense to us. We're like, I was trying to show you that I cared about you. I was trying to love you. I thought I was being nice to you. I thought that I was meeting your needs. I thought I was doing this and I was doing that. And the whole time, what we don't know is we could be triggering the hell out of them, right? It's like, because they might have an avoidant attachment style. They have an anxious attachment style. They have whatever this 9 of Wands is here is a wound. It's an unhealed wound. It's a problem. Something that it's something inside of him that, affects his perception of love and relationships. It's the lens. We view all of our relationships through the hurt and the wounds of our past. Every single human being does it. If you have any unhealed trauma in you, every relationship that you experience while you have unhealed trauma in your life will be experienced through the lens of your unhealed trauma. That's what's happening with him. He has unhealed trauma that he's experiencing his relationships through. And it doesn't matter if it's you. It doesn't matter if it's somebody else. He's going to keep having the same problem until this wound is healed. This is obviously something that predates you. This is something that pre-existed before he met you. That's just a side note. Honest, showing their love, not hiding anything, and no playing games. So he sees you as honest. So you're a Virgo. I'm a Virgo, by the way. September 7th, Virgo. Happy Virgo season. We're officially in Virgo season today, the 22nd. Happy Virgo season. Anyways, from a fellow Virgo to a fellow Virgo, he knows that Virgos tell the truth. So he knows that you're honest. He's like, well, she's an honest person. But emotional is the other card. He sees you as very emotional, falls in love too fast, whirlwind romances, and can be hit and run. So he just sees you. Again, it's I think it's your emotions and the amount of intensity that you bring to him that's affecting him. It's triggering something, a wound, whatever it is that you're doing, it's triggered something in him. And it's, he's got an issue. He's got something within him that he needs to address and heal. And it's not just him, but the question that you asked was about him. You know what I mean? Like, if he's your husband, you've been married to this guy, then, obviously this is going to go two ways. Like, it's your marriage to him is not just based on his responses and his reactions. It's based on, well, what are you bringing to the table as well? Because, your trauma, your past, and the things, the way that you act and respond with him is going to be part of that equation. So, how you work through that, how you handle that, will determine ultimately the fate of the relationship based on, where you see it going, in that regard. But yeah, it is hard. But I can tell you that people who are avoidant attachment styles, people who are emotionally avoidant, they run from feelings and emotions. Um, I can tell you those people definitely um, they feel safer in relationships that aren't emotional. They feel safe in superficial, non-committed, surface level emotions, or they feel safe with people that are unavailable. That's why uh, emotionally avoidant attachment people are more prone to cheating than anxious people. You know, an anxious person becomes fixated on the avoidant. They're like, you're the only person I want. I'm anxious. I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you. The avoidant person runs and goes, get away from me, get away from me, get away from you, too much, or too much, or too much, or too much. So they seek out people who are unavailable, who don't want anything from them, because that makes them feel safe. It's like, oh my God, I can breathe. You don't want anything from me. Perfect. You're unavailable. I can't have you. Even better. So that's how that dynamic ends up working in that regard. So, but yes, I would say that, you know, to answer your question, unfortunately, I would say that there probably has been interest in somebody else since you've known him. Now, whether that's something he's doing now, I don't know. The moon, again, is just about things that are hidden. You know, I don't know. But, you know, if you're still with him and he's still with you, more importantly than that is what is it that you desire out of this relationship, right? Like if you want to fix and heal the relationship with him, then that needs to be the priority. That, you know, and if he's on board with that, if you haven't had this conversation with him, if you haven't, like, hey, we're not doing well, our relationship's not doing well, our marriage isn't doing well, then obviously things aren't going to get better until you get on the same page about the fact that your relationship isn't doing well. And if you're with somebody who's unwilling to make the relationship better, then you have your answer about whether or not you need to be with that person. Because you can't control somebody. You can't force anybody to do anything, right? Like if someone's like, hey, well, I don't want to put any work into the relationship. I don't want to speak with a relationship expert. I'm not talking about therapy, because I think therapy is bullshit. You sitting in front of somebody and just talking about your problems isn't going to change anything. You need to find somebody who's a relationship expert who will point out, call out the shit, call out the problems, and hold you accountable to the issues and say, this is your problem. This is your problem. This is your problem. You both are bringing problems to this relationship. If you want this outcome, you need to do this and he needs to do that, and you guys can then converge and have this outcome. But you have to hold yourself accountable, and you have to hold yourself responsible for the work required for you to do your part to get to there. And then you have to hold yourself accountable and responsible for the work that you need to do to get there. And if you both do the work that's necessary to both get here, then you can both have this relationship up here. You can have this outcome. Most therapists, that's not how it works for them. They just want you to feel seen and underheard. They want you to feel seen and understood, is what I meant to say. They want to hear you out. Like, okay, he gets to talk and you get to talk, and then you both feel like you got to speak your piece, right? So, and I say that because I do relationship coaching. Outside of this is something that I do on the side. Or you can purchase my book. There should be a link in my there should be a link in the description. You can purchase the book on Amazon. It's my book all about Everything I just said to you about relationships, what you need to do, it's up to you. It's there, about 400 pages. This is your life manual for relationships. So there's that. Shameless plug there. But, but, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I don't know if this is actively going on now or not. But I would definitely say that based on the energy that's on the table, I would definitely say that, your relationship's not in a good place. I don't think that I don't feel like I need to tell you that. I feel like you probably already know that. That's probably why you came here to ask. But it's what you do, what you choose to do. Like, where do you want to go from here? That's the choice. That's the decision. If you love this man and you want this man, then you certainly have nothing to lose by putting in maximum effort to do all that you can do to salvage the relationship. It's not a guarantee, because he has to do his part and he may or may not do his part. But you won't know until you try, right? Or until you have that conversation with him. But you can't go to him with a punishing or attacking energy. You can't go to him, holding his crimes, his sins, and his, the things that he's done over his head, and expect to motivate him with that. And that's not to say that there's not a time and a place to have a discussion about if he has betrayed you. I'm not saying that there isn't a time that you need to have a discussion about the betrayal, because there is. But, if you want to heal things and fix things, your approach isn't to come at him from that point of view. Because then it's just basically guilt, shame, he's just going to be like, yeah, I did this thing, it was wrong. He knows it. Even if he doesn't admit it, he'll know it's wrong. And so he'll just feel more, he'll feel more inclined to give up and to quit, and just basically be like, yeah, well, I sucked, I failed, I screwed up, I made a mistake, but hey, you know what, whatever. It's not going to motivate him to feel inspired to change, right? And that's hard. It's a hard place to be in. When you're the one who was cheated on, betrayed, and all of that, you want justice, right? You want the wrong to be righted. I want justice. You hurt me. You betrayed me. And that hurts. And again, there's a time and place for that to be acknowledged. But if you dive into the situation with him, thinking that that's going to motivate him to change, it'll do the opposite. And I know that sucks. It's hard. It sucks that but that's just how it is. There's no amount of punishment that will ever motivate somebody to change. You can't punish somebody enough to make them love you, is what I'm trying to say. You can't punish somebody enough to make them love you. Period. You did this, you did that, you suck, you failed, blah, 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 you betrayed, blah, blah, blah. You can have pages and pages and pages of everything somebody ever did wrong. Tally everything that they've ever done wrong. You've got it written down, checklist. Got it. You hurt me there, 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 and it's like the only thing that's going to do is widen the chasm, make it, pull you further apart, basically. So you can't approach it that way. You have to approach it from a different way. And that's not, it's not something that I can obviously dive into on at the closing of, I don't know, however many hours that I've been online. I can't coach your marriage problem right here, right now, in a way that would just, to do you any justice for that type of situation. But I'm just saying, I can tell you this much. If he has betrayed you while you've been married to him, and you do want to make the relationship work, you cannot punish him because of what he's done. And again, I'm not saying that he should not be held accountable. I'm not saying that you should tolerate it. I'm not saying that you should put up with it. And I'm not saying that it needs to be swept under the rug. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm simply saying that to motivate him to want to be with you and to work things out, you can't motivate with punishment, right? You have to motivate through taking responsibility and be like, and it's not you taking responsibility for what he did. You're not taking responsibility for his betrayal. It's you taking responsibility for the part of the relationship that isn't working. And so how would you communicate that? You would say, hey, look, I know that our relationship is not ideal right now. And I know that we have issues that we need to fix. And I know that I care about you. I love you and I'm committed to you. I choose you. I want this to work. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make it work. I understand that there are probably things that I do that, that aren't beneficial or helpful, or they've been hurtful to you, or whatever that is. And I'm willing to take 100% responsibility for the things that I've done to, create, a less than ideal situation and circumstance in our relationship. And I hope that if you want to be in this relationship with me, ideally, I would like for us to be able to work through this together. That's how you have to approach it. And if he agrees to it, because he's like, well, I'm not really being punished here. They're not making demands. They're not telling me that I have to do this, I have to do that. They're not telling me I have to go to like you're keeping it to your side of the road. And that allows the other person to feel like they have a choice without being punished. And it becomes disarming, and it becomes non-threatening. And I know that when you're in the heat of the moment and when you've been betrayed and other things are happening in the relationship, it's hard. I know it's hard because our ego gets involved and we want to punish, we want justice, we want to remind them, hey, you're an asshole, you've hurt me, you did this to me, you betrayed our relationship. You want all of that stuff. Your ego wants to jump in and you want justice. And you want, that's what humans do, right? But that never works. And that's why the divorce rates are so high. And that's why most relationships right now, most people don't even, like we're living in a day and age where marriage is like becoming more and more non-existent. Like marriage is becoming, fewer and fewer people are wanting to get married in 2024. So, we can't, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result, right? And so as an expert in this field of helping people in relationships, I can tell you and I can assure you that if you love this man and you want to fix your relationship, you have to set aside the injustice for now. You have to set aside the pain for now. You have to set aside the things that he's done to you for now, long enough for you guys to get in front of the right person who can help you navigate these obstacles. Because if you can't even get that far, if you can't even get him in front of that person, then you'll never have a chance to work through the issues, and you'll never have a chance to even be heard. You'll never have a chance to really express your side and be heard for the things like, hey, this really hurt me when you betrayed me. This really hurt. Like you'll never get that. You'll never get the justice that you desire, right? And sure, you could try to get it now. You could just march into the room and start letting him have it. You can go get your own justice if you want, but it'll leave you empty. You'll be completely empty because his reaction to that is predictable. He'll be done. He'll be out. Like he's not gonna stick around for that. And if he does stick around, then he's basically it's just going to perpetuate. It's basically going to telling him, yeah, I just need to keep doing more of it. I just need, like, I don't want to be around this crazy energy. So I'm going to go look for this other chick who's not crazy, who's not up my ass, who isn't doing this, who isn't punishing me, all these things that are going on in his mind. Again, I'm not saying that those things about you are true, but to him, it doesn't matter because he wants peace. He wants peace. That's what the Six of Swords was that was out here. He wants peace. So, I sense that you're in a it's a complicated situation. Marriages, relationships are complicated. This is just extra. This is beyond the reading. It's just the extra that I'm giving here, extra advice. That if I were in your shoes, this is what I would do. Based on, hundreds of people that I've helped in this space, the relationship space. If you care about this man and you love him and you want this to work, you cannot punish him, and you need to find a way to communicate with him in a non-threatening, non-emasculating way to get him in front of an expert, not a therapist, a relationship expert, not a therapist, somebody who can troubleshoot your relationship and can give you actionable things that you both need to do that will get you a result. That's all that needs to happen. You just got to get him in front of that person. And the way that you get him there is not by punishing him, not by threatening him, not by manipulating him, not by trying to control him, not by giving him ultimatums or any of that stuff. All that stuff is just ensuring that the relationship is closer to being done. But again, that's completely up to you, your decisions, your choices. I don't know, the full picture, background of your relationship, all the things that have happened with this man and you or your marriage. I don't know his history. I don't know your history. I don't know the history you have together. There's so many things that I don't know. But I'm just saying that, if there's been a betrayal, which, again, it's very likely that there could have been, or at the very least there's been dishonesty, then, even if you're together now, the odds of the relationship lasting when there's dishonesty or things that were hidden or betrayal, not very good, right? The odds are against you. If you don't have trust, you can't have love, right? So, at the very least, I definitely think that you guys, you would heavily benefit from working with somebody, finding somebody to work with, and knowing the right way to inspire him, motivate him to join you in that journey is the key. Because if you can't get him there, then it's going to be a lot harder to change the dynamic of the relationship. So, I hope that makes sense. You are very welcome. All right, so let's see, Paula. All right, well, I'll do a quick one for you, Paula. I was gonna technically Priya was my last one, but I'll do one more for you, Paula. I'll do a quick one for you. So for Paula and her marriage future, please. Then I legitimately have to pee, and I legitimately have to go to sleep. I don't know how many hours I've been on now. It's 3:30 in the morning. Okay, so you have the building card that just came out, so that's a good energy. Ooh. So we have building here, so that's working on something or wanting to work on something. There's an unknown. And not now. And then have ascension. So you guys are going through something right now. There's obviously a lot of uncertainty regarding something. I don't know what this building energy is about, but the building energy has to do with something that you're working on or working towards, or something you need to work towards. If it's not something you're actually working towards, it's something you need to work towards. I feel like it's something maybe that you are or tried to work towards here. The unknown is basically there's not enough has happened yet to really give any information, right? It's like everything is cause and effect. You make a decision. It's like dropping a pebble in the water, and the water creates ripples, right? So every decision we make goes out and creates cause and effect. Well, in this particular situation, there's something here in your situation with him where not enough has happened yet for there to be, a prediction. Like there's just something here that's it's up in the air. The best way I know to say it. We have the not now energy here, so this could be a lot of things. The purpose of this, though, whatever is going on, the purpose is to bring ascension into either to you, to your husband, or to your relationship together, which is basically a spiritual awakening. So let's take a look. Why is the building energy here? What's this about? Okay, so this is working on healing. So this is like healing. So we have the star card, Aquarius energy. So this is all about having hope, having faith. It's about healing. It's about moving forward. Clarity, bright future. It's about renewal after a very difficult time, or basically rebuilding after something you've had rebuilding after a crisis, rebuilding after destruction, rebuilding after a major breakdown, whatever you want to use. Yeah, we have the Six of Pentacles, but it came out sideways. And so when the Six of Pentacles comes out sideways, it's kind of like in a challenging position. It's not upright, but it's not reversed. It's like it's middle ground, which is saying that, there's an imbalance in the relationship when it comes to priorities. There's an imbalance when it comes to equal give and take. There's an imbalance when it comes to each other's needs. It really basically just says you guys aren't on the same page when it comes to, the ways in which you guys are relating to each other. The bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Cups. So this is signifying your marriage, your life, your assets, your family. This one card at the bottom of the deck is like essentially the container that you call marriage. It's your whole marriage summarized. Your house, your kids, your family, your dogs, all of it is here. So it's essentially indicating here that, again, whether you're doing this, whether you're actively doing this, or whether this is something you need to do, it is saying that healing needs to take place. So if you're not working on your healing, then you need to be working on your healing if you want this to work. Ten of Cups at the bottom of the deck. If you're not, if you're not working on this, then you need to be working on it. Now, if you are working on it, then you need to keep at it, because again, the Six of Pentacles was sideways, which is, it's still out of balance. The Star brings things into balance because you bring healing into the relationship. See the chick here, she's got the two jugs and she's pouring water. It's signifying balance. The balancing of emotion, the balancing of hope, the balancing of faith, it's just balanced energy. So, again, if you're not working on this, you need to work on it. If you have been working on it, you need to stay at it because you're not there yet. So why is the unknown energy here? Besides the fact that I think I could basically answer this question. So the unknown card is here because until this is accomplished, until the healing, the work, the effort is put into restoring the relationship, making the relationship great again. There's some political shit for you there. Make your marriage great again. So until you make the marriage great again, or until you start doing the things, it's unknown. Like, so basically, the universe can't tell you. The universe, like, I can't tell you. Why? Because this isn't upright and it's not reverse. It's on the fence. Six of Pentacles, sideways, is on the fence. So it cannot give you a positive outcome. It cannot give you a negative outcome. It's just saying, hey, right now we don't know. Not enough has happened yet. You haven't done enough yet to determine the outcome of anything, because you need to be building it. You need to be working on it. It hasn't been done yet. Right? Like, it's like the teacher can't grade you for the test that you haven't taken. Right? So why is the unknown here? Besides everything that I just said, why is the unknown card here? Okay, wow. Yeah, that was a lot. We'll start with these. Yeah, okay. Exactly what I just said. These other cards flew way the hell out over here. Yeah. See water energy there. So either you or him could be a Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, or somebody's just very emotional right now. With the King of Cups that flew out over here, but it was all reverse. So this is what matters. So the moon, again, is the unknown. So there's the unknown energy, times 2. The moon is unknown. You can't see. It's illusions. It's uncertain. It's unknown. You have no clue. So this card is saying the same thing as this card. Things are not known right now. 3 of Pentacles. Why? Because the 3 of Pentacles is working on it. It's collaborating. It's working through something. It's coming together, putting your work and your effort together to collaborate, to build something, to create something. You know, so you're joining forces with other people to work on something, to build something. A team, community. That's what the building card up here is. It's the 3 of Pentacles, I just said in a different way. 2 of Pentacles. Things need to be balanced. Up and down. Decisions have to be made. Things have to be prioritized. Things are uncertain right now. Everything is up in the air. 1 minute it's this, 1 minute it's that. 1 minute it's this, 1 minute it's that. 1 minute it's yes, 1 minute it's no. 1 minute I do, 1 minute I don't. A lot of things are up in the air. You could be changing your mind. Maybe you change your mind 1 minute and then you change your mind the next minute. Maybe he changes his mind 1 minute. Maybe he changes his mind the next minute. Maybe you agree on one thing 1 minute and then you disagree on it the next minute. Maybe you like, well, I thought we were going to do this, and then it changes. No, we're not going to do that anymore. Like, things are just not congruent. You're not bringing your power together to work on the same thing. You're not on the same page, literally. Like the art of this card is a blank page, right? You're not on the same page with each other, and that's why you're having problems getting to an outcome or a result. And I feel intuitively that this not now energy is tied to the fact that you guys can't seem to get on the same page. There's always something. There's always something. Whether it's, I just don't want to deal with this right now. Whether it's, I don't want to deal with you right now. Whether it's, I'm too spent. Whether it's, you're being an asshole right now. Whether, I have to go to work right now. Whatever the excuse is, there's always some issue, some reason, some chaos, some dilemma, some interruption. There's always distraction. There's always something that seems to get in the way, where it's like it keeps getting put off. It keeps getting put off. It keeps getting put off. It's set aside. It's put off to the side. Like, this isn't being prioritized. That's what I want to say. This not now card is saying this situation in your marriage is not being prioritized. You guys are not prioritizing this. You're not prioritizing this. At the level you need to. That's what's happening here. And so there's this denial energy, like, it's not that either it's not that big of a deal, or we'll get to, or we'll do it later, like, there's something in that ballpark or that arena. There's an energy there where it's not now. Well, not now is basically end up in not ever, because you're going to be done. Your relationship's going to be over. That's where this takes you to. Okay, not now, then never. We're done. We have no, either we're going to become roommates under roommate status, or we're going to cheat. We're going to find somebody else. We're going to cheat and then divorce, or we're just going to divorce now and bypass all that bullshit, right? It's going to be one or the other. You can be roommates, waste time, waste life, and then divorce, or you can be roommates and cheat and then divorce, or you can just bypass all that bullshit and just get the divorce now. It's going to be one of those three things with this not now, because the not now is just going to take you to never. Never, never land ends you up in divorce land. That's what this is. That's where that's going to take you. Okay. So the ascension here is saying there's a possibility here, though, for you to resolve this. The ascension is all about you going to the next level. It's transcending all this. It's overcoming it. There is a version, a timeline, a scenario, a manifestation. There is a relationship, a version of your marriage that exists that you can create, right? It's a possibility. Like, we could be having this up here instead of this shit down here. That's what this is saying. We could be up here having this type of marriage. We're happy. We're in love. Mind-blowing sex. We love each other. We respect each other. We understand each other. We communicate. We have a vision, goal, and purpose for our lives, for our marriage, for our children. Like that's what all this is up here. Ascension. It's the possibility of something. It's the possibility of a much better relationship. It's possible. Spirit's saying you can have this thing up here, but you have to build. You have to put the work in. You're going to have to build up to that level, right? Like, you're going to have to build this skyscraper, or really it's not even a skyscraper. You have to build this ladder. You're building a ladder, which is what this card here shows. Steps. These are the steps going all the way up into the clouds. You're going to have to build these steps one by one. You have to build the first step, and then you're going to have to stand on it to build the second step. Then you're going to have to stand on the second step to build the third step. Then you're both going to have to stand on the third step and join forces, collaborate, and build the fourth. Stand on the fourth to build the fifth. Every time you build a step together, you're going to have to stand on that step to build the subsequent step, the next step, the next step. And then eventually, one day, you're going to wake up and be like, holy shit, we built all these steps. Now we're just up here in a totally different world. We're existing in a totally different universe together. The Divine Masculine card underneath the Ascension is essentially the Emperor card, which is saying it's up to you. You have to take action. It's Aries energy. Masculine, Divine Masculine is the divine action taker. You have to take action. And the time to take action is now. The Not Now card is advice saying to do the opposite. The time to take action is now. You have to take action now. Now is the time to start making this, to do something. And if you don't do anything, then nothing's going to change. And, then unfortunately, it's predictable what's going to end up over here on this blank page. It's going to be the story that you didn't want to have written. The story that has the bad ending instead of the story that has the happy ending, right? So that's where this is, if things don't start changing sooner than later, that's where that's probably going to head. But the universe is trying to get you to focus on that positive outcome. Not because it's all fairies and unicorns. That's bullshit. The reality is it's not so great. That's the reality. The reality is it's not so great over here right now. But the positive outcome is a lot of the problems that you guys are facing are not necessarily that the problems are as severe as you think they are. It's just that you guys aren't really doing anything about it. you know, it's the term the molehills has been turned into a mountain. That's what I'm seeing. It's like you've turned molehills into mountains. These problems would have never been problems if they would have just gotten taken care of, you know, however long ago, right? Like, and so eventually the problem stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks, and now you are dealing with a mountain. But when this all first started, however long ago, it was just a tiny little anthill, tiny. It wasn't even a problem. It could have been addressed, could have been an issue, and you wouldn't be here. But over time, all that shit stacks up, and now you are dealing with a mountain. I've got a mountain of shit here to sort through, right? But it didn't start out that way. And so the only way to deal with the mountain of shit is start shoveling. That's the three of Pentacles. Like, we got to put the work in, right? The divine masculine card. And again, I'm exaggerating a little bit because it's really, there's nothing on the table that's like disastrous. Out of the 78 cards that are in a deck, there's 78 cards in this deck, and there's 82 cards, I think, in this deck over here. So out of 78 and 82 cards out of two different decks, I can assure you that there are cards that you could have gotten out on the table that would have painted a much horrific picture, like much worse picture than this. So I say that to encourage you, to tell you that your situation is solvable. This is so solvable. Whatever the details, whatever the things are, I don't even need to know what the actual things are. I can tell you that it's solvable. Just from the energy, I can tell you. Whatever you're facing in your marriage with him, it's completely solvable. But you have to do the work. He's going to have to do the work. Like, you guys are going to have to get together. You're going to have to make it work. Stop putting it off. Stop pretending. Stop sweeping shit under the rug. Whatever's been happening, all that's got to stop. You have to prioritize the relationship. It's now or never. Do or die. Either be in or be out. Do or do not. There is no try. There is also, you can buy my book if you want. It's on Amazon. There should be a link in the description of this video. If there's not, you can just go on Amazon, type in the name right here, Better Than Before, and then type in my name down there. Everything you need to know is in terms of what I teach and my methodology of relationship coaching. This is the book that I wrote because of my failed marriage. What I wish I would have known, what I wish somebody would have given me on my marriage day and say, dude, if you don't want to go through a divorce, if you don't want to lose your marriage, if you want to understand your wife, if you want to understand how to have a successful relationship moving forward, this is your book. This is your hand guide, right? No fluff, no bullshit. It's all basically to get this result, you do this thing. That's all this book is. It's like an encyclopedia of understanding what you need to do to have a successful relationship. There's nothing else in the book. It's not stories. It's not, it's not your typical relationship book. It's really more like an instruction manual. And I made it that way on purpose. So there's that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else at 3:40 in the morning. My brain's fried. I just feel inspired to do three of these cards. Anything else? Anything else for Paula? Any last lingering words of advice, encouragement? Okay. So we have the courage to be free. This card says, know that freedom begins where desire ends. But there's something here about you needing to be courage, because we have courage at the bottom of the deck here. So there's something here, again, about this non-action taking, this not now energy. There's something here about needing to be courageous. And courage is not the absence of fear. It's doing something while you're scared shitless. It's like, I am scared shitless. I'm scared out of my mind, but I need to do that. I need to take action. That's what courage is. It's not waiting for the perfect moment. It's not waiting for the situation to change. It's not waiting for you to calm down. It's not waiting for you to feel safe. It's not waiting for not waiting for the perfect anything. It's like, I feel scared shitless. I feel uncertain. I feel afraid. I don't know what's going to happen. All the fears are there, but I need to take action anyway. That's courage, right? So there's a card of courage here. There's a card of courage here. The second card says, a wonderful surprise is coming. Something entirely new awaits you. Right. And there's the Ascension card. But again, these energies are working together. So if you have courage, if you move into this situation, you do it scared, there's a new possibility here, is what this is saying. The next says, follow the path of your soul. Do not allow anyone or anything to stop you. Which again, in the context of courage, you know, what is your ultimate truth? What is your deepest ultimate truth about what you need to do? If you were listening, if it was your kid, if it was your family or someone that you love, right? And you know, if like a child, right? Like if you have children, I don't know, but your child starts to run out towards the street and there, you know that cars are coming. What is your instinctive reaction, right? Your instinctive reaction is to run after that child. And if necessary, you would dive in front of that car for your child's safety, right? Like that's what most people would do. It's an instinctive thing. You don't stop and think about the fear of what's going to happen. Like, what if, okay, my child's running towards the road. Let me think about this. If I run and I don't make it, my kid's going to hit by the car, and then this is going to happen, that's going to happen. How am I going to handle that? Well, that's really scary because my kid might die. They may not die. What if this thing's happen? Well, but then if I run out there and, you know, but then I might get hit by the car, then I could end up paralyzed and I could have these problems. Like you're calculating all these things. Right? Your soul knows the truth. Your soul doesn't wait around for the ego to figure it out. Your soul just knows truth. Your soul's like, what is your intuition telling you? What is your heart? What does your spirit say? Not your fear. When you're not listening to your fear, you're not overthinking it. You're not in self-preservation. And I'm not telling you this is easy to do, by the way. Okay, I just want to make that clear. I'm not telling you to be superhuman. I get it. We're all human. I'm not asking you to be inhuman. I'm simply giving you the message that's coming through me. Because humans are capable of doing superhuman things, right? That's what people, they go to war, they get shot, you know, they don't even know they're shot. They pick they just, I have to go get my comrade. My comrade's over here, they're bleeding. I got to run out in the middle of the gunfire and they get shot, but they don't even know they got hit. There's so much adrenaline. They're not thinking. They grab their buddy, they throw their buddy over their shoulder and they're trying to run back. Forrest Gump, right? He got shot in the ass or something, right? In Forrest Gump. He grabs Bubba, throws him over the shoulder, and he runs. You know, it's like, you don't have time to think. You don't have time to think, I got shot. Okay, yeah, doesn't matter. I know, like, your brain just goes, right? That's what this is saying. Is that you have to follow your heart. You have to follow your soul. You have to follow your truth and not allow your self-preservation or fear to hijack you. And then at the last one we have is awaken all your senses. Slow down and become aware of them. Right? And so this card is basically telling you, in order for you to know the difference between what your truth is, what your heart's really telling you to do, and your ego is you have to slow it all down. Right? You have to become consciously aware of what is the fearful voice, what is the overthinking, what is all the mental chatter, what is the fear, the uncertainty, the doubt, the bullshit, and what is my truth. Right? Because if you let this thing up here go crazy, you're fucked. This guy up here will keep you stuck and fucked, and you're screwed. you will be in a very low vibrational place of powerlessness, because your brain will have you believing that the best thing for you to do is to panic, to give up, believe in the worst, all the things. Overthinking. The devil on your shoulder, bitching in your ear, right? You have to figure out a way that works for you to get to a place of neutrality as best as you can, so that you can tap into what your heart is telling you to do, your intuition. Like, what is my truth right now? Like, and there's lots of different ways you can do that, lots of different techniques. There's all kinds of things to do that. But you have answers and resources within you that can get you closer to the outcome you desire. You're not as powerless as you think. You have more power than you know. And that's essentially what Spirit is saying with these other cards out here. Is like, you actually have a lot more power here than you think you do. You have a lot more leverage. You have a lot more ability to create a positive outcome than you think you do here. That's what all these cards are telling you. So, I hope that that's helpful. I know that was kind of a lot, but since you were my last person tonight, I thought, why not? I will try to let the information come through as needed. How you do one thing is how you do anything in my world, and I don't like to half-ass. So if you what was I gonna say? I don't even remember what I was gonna say. I don't even remember what I was gonna say anymore. I don't remember what I was gonna say. My brain's fried. Yeah, I there was something else. It wasn't specific to the reading. I don't know. It just completely poop. But it's almost 4 in the morning. It's almost 4 in the morning. I definitely have to get some sleep though. But man, I thought there were, gosh, see, now it's bothering me. I don't remember. I don't remember. Anyway, if you guys haven't already, please like, subscribe, all the things. And get the book, read the book. There's some goodies in there. My second channel, I talk about relationship stuff. I have a different channel as well, and if I should have contact information as well in the description box. So if you need further assistance offline that's not related to this channel, you can email me at dreamoutloud.center. There's my email. And yeah, so you can shoot me an email and keep me updated that way. And I might have some other things, that resources or other things that might be beneficial. I just can't think right now. My mind is literally just blown. So, but yeah, feel free to reach out and hang in there. I know this stuff is very, very, very hard. I was married for 11 years, went through a very, very difficult, unfortunate turn of events. My ex-wife left me for my best friend of 17 years. Definitely wouldn't wish that shit on my worst enemy. But it also helped me become the person that I am today. all these years later, so I don't regret it by any means. Which is why helping people with their relationships is my passion. So, anyways, yeah, feel free to shoot me an email. You can update me, and we can stay in contact that way. But with that being said, I have got to go to sleep, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and I should be going live again soon. Maybe this weekend, possibly. We'll see. But with that being said, you guys, hope you guys have a great night, a great week. I will talk to you guys soon. I appreciate you. And yeah, love and light, all the good things.